Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On this beautiful occasion, I would like to welcome our Honorable Dr. Ator Subroto as Director of the School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Rapti Siriwardane as Co-Principal Investigator BlueUrban Project and Senior Scientist at the Leibniz Center for Tropical Marine Research, ZMT, together with Dr. Johannes Herbeck as Co-Principal Investigator BlueUrban and Senior Research at the Arctic Sustainability Research Center, University of Bremen, Honorable Professor Dr. Wiwandari Handayani from Department of Urban and Regional Planning, Diponegoro University, Honorable Dr. Lin Yola from Universitas Indonesia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is my pleasure to be your master of ceremony for today's event. My name is Afifa Zahra from Universitas Indonesia, and I will be comparing this conference. A warm welcome to you to the opening of this conference titled Between Blue Urbanism and Tanah, Urban Experience, Circulation, Placemaking as Sea Level Change Adaptation. We look forward to hosting you here between 11 until 13 September 2023 at Universitas Indonesia Salemba campus. This event will also be hybrid with an open access Zoom link. Founded by the German Research Foundation, SPP 1889 Regional Sea Level Change and Society Initiative. This international transdisciplinary multilingual conference in English and Indonesia aims to bring the scholars, educators, practitioners, activists, artists, and policymakers who work at the interstices of urban space and the ocean. Ladies and gentlemen, to open this conference and honor our country, let us sing Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. The participants, please stand. We will continue to sing Universitas Indonesia song, Genderang UI.
Universitas Indonesia, universitas kami, ibu kota negara, pusat ilmu budaya bangsa. Kami mahasiswa mengabdi cita, berjaya
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will listen to Dr. Ator Subroto as Director of the School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, to give an opening remark. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Ator Subroto.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, especially here we have Dr. Rapti from Leibniz Center for Tropical Marine Research, Germany, and Dr. Johannes Herbeck, University of Bremen, Germany. And we have also so many incredible speakers here. We have also Professor Dr. Engineering Wimandari Handayani from Universitas Diponegoro, Kuntoro S.H., Urban Kampung Activist and Legal Advocate, Urban Poor Consortium Jakarta, and also Assistant Professor Dr. Citra Venkantamarani, Department of Anthropology and Sociology, National University of Singapore. And also, I like to welcome all participants here, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests who attend here offline and also online from Zoom, and students from our university, Universitas Indonesia, especially from School of Strategic and Global Studies, who attends offline or online from Zoom. Alhamdulillah, today we held this meeting, symposium, with the theme, the title of this symposium between Blue Urbanism and Tanah, Urban Experiments, Circulations, Placemaking as Sea Level Change Adaptations. This event is a cooperation between one of our special unit in School of Strategic and Global Studies. We called Center for Strategic and Global Studies, who the leader currently is Ibu Ika, and maybe she will attend online. Okay, and also from ZMT, DFG, and BlueUrban, and also from University Bremen. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this symposium will hold so many ideas and discussions and many things, positive talk with all of its panel sessions. I read so many ideas, so many articles that all speaker will present. Of course, I like to give congratulations for all participants and also panelists. I hope this event will bring together the idea and perspective how to build our coastal cities in Indonesia. And as we know, coastal cities in Indonesia currently facing a very difficult situation, and now of course because of the, we called maybe effect of the El Nino season. So we now currently have kind of a very high degree of the climate change, I mean. And then also we have, you know, if you see the pollution index than Jakarta and also many major cities in Indonesia, facing so many challenge in pollution. And also, I think coastal city in Indonesia, many coastal city in Indonesia, Semarang, maybe also in Banyuwangi or also in Pekalongan, and etc. And where this study is taken, I think have so many insight that maybe we can take the lesson learned from these cities. As we know, our habitat in this coastal city, I think, have so many culture, so many perspectives, so many interests in economic that maybe give pressure to our habitat to to unwisely using the uh, sea and wisely using the waters, etc. So I think from this event, we hope that we can have so many insights that may be useful for us to develop a better future for our society, especially in coastal cities area. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you very much for your attending this event, online or offline today, in these 3 days of symposiums and conference. Again, thank you very much for your time. I hope we have a very fruitful discussion and happy discussions. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ator Subroto. We will continue to hear a welcoming speech from Dr. Rapti Siriwadane of Leibniz GMT and Dr. Johannes Herbeck from the University of Bremen as co-principal investigator of the BlueUrban project. Please welcome.
Selamat pagi and a very good morning to you all. It's an honor to be welcoming you together with our institutional partners, the Center for Strategic and Global Studies, Dr. Sobi Chatul, Amina, and Dr. Ato Subroto. We're delighted to have with us our longtime consortium partners at Ateneo de Manila University, the National University of Singapore, and a very warm welcome to our panelists who've traveled from across the archipelago, from East Java and Lambogan to Kalimantan, and to our keynote speakers and panelists and guests who've traveled into Indonesia from Brunei, the Philippines, Singapore, Japan, India, the UK, and beyond.
That's loud. It's an honor for us that you all have been willing to travel to Indonesia, to Jakarta, and to engage with us, but also, of course, with each other during those coming 3 days. That for us, for the two of us, really closes a long time of researching and thinking about different forms of coastal adaptation and placemaking at various places all around the world. Really thank you all from the depth of our heart for this. We wanted this event to be less backward looking than the usual final events of research projects. So we will hopefully rather center around new opportunities that always also lay in ends.
So we wanted to begin by sharing on the impetus for this interdisciplinary conference, which also serves as a synthesis event for our second phase, BlueUrban, that is funded by the German Research Association, or DFG, under its SPP Regional Sea Level Change and Society Initiative. So back in 2016, we started by exploring forms of traveling knowledge of what could be broadly contextualized as sea level change adaptation. Sort of practices and policies that often emerge through developmentalist framings, and in many cases, and continue to take on the form of large-scale capital and resource-intensive projects that heavily impact on placemaking, access to and ownership of coastal spaces. So focus was on three regional, like essentially the regional circulations of ideas, policies, and technologies dealing with sea level change between the diverse archipelagic cities of Jakarta, Metro Manila, and Singapore, with secondary emphasis on the Netherlands and Japan. So we just didn't want to focus on the kinds of solutions and so-called best practices by following technologies that were propagated by international consultants and knowledge brokers, certainly, but also the kinds of stagnations and erasures that were considered legitimate sort of part and parcel of adaptation trajectories. Oftentimes, they're non-linear, and at the very least, they dismantled simplistic binaries between so-called northern and southern urban sites and sensibilities.
Then in the second phase of our project that started in late 2019, of which you see a structure on the slide, we focused more on knowledge networks around cities and how they come to be assembled and challenged. Also, different ways in which knowledges and technological answers to sea level change would be mobilized in pushing for certain aspirational visions in city and placemaking. In this regard, we looked at two very distinct infrastructural logics of literal city making, also bearing in mind how they embodied certain kinds of speculative futures and their everyday politics of placemaking, profit, and also real estate that are behind those ideas. We've chosen infrastructural solutions that sit at what we thought would be very ends of a spectrum of the various ways how cities shape their relation with coastal waters, basically. On the one end, the rather protective living away from the water through multifunctional diking, or super dikes, where they are called somewhere at some places, as a practice. And on the other end of the spectrum, the forms of cohabiting with water flows and socio-ecological change through floating infrastructural forms, including artificial island making. While the pandemic years obviously made it very hard to fully achieve our initial objective of following the flows of those infrastructural solutions, we were able to trace diverse acts of experimentation, in many ways showing the diversity of people at this conference who we met during our ethnographically inspired research. This space is also about bringing them together in a multiplicity of voices and actors, many of whom are wearing multiple hats as researchers, activists, designers, planners, social entrepreneurs, practitioners, and more.
So one of the core tensions that have been guiding our work, and indeed how we've collectively conceptualized this conference, are the challenges addressing a number of sort of modernist and centric dualisms in coastal placemaking. They capture differences not only between dry and more wet practices at urban placemaking, protective living, for example, away from water, as seen in policies around coastal retreat, versus, say, embodying more amphibious and buoyant forms of building on water and living with water. but also other dualisms, such as risk-centered and opportunistic, capital-driven, purposive, planning-led interventions versus everyday experimental practices, as well as contestations and overlaps of space-times, very different space-times of past, presents, and futures, all of which seem to sort of coexist in juxtaposing ways, but also bringing into light the public and private life worlds of research and activism, different forms of activism.
Yes, and at the same time, we are also very well aware that or how fluid these dualisms are conceptually and also in practice. Yet we still think that they can serve as useful organizing tropes, with which they problematize and transgress static understandings of coastal change. In sum, we would like to see this conference as honoring the heterogeneity of city making, in which differences of coastal urbanity are not erased but enlivened, mingling both planning-led and the more fugitive acts of placemaking, which further trouble dichotomies of formality and informality, which could have been probably a fifth dualism here. So as you already mentioned in the beginning, this dualism between dry and wet ontologies around coastal space making, it's also clear then that when critically thinking through coastal protection, the idea of dryness and keeping seawater out, specifically seawater out, and separating different kinds of water and watery flows with settlement areas is central and of course a re-emerging theme to which many of the larger and smaller acts and projects of coastal adaptation relate to. On this side of the spectrum, we see many highly sophisticated and widely practiced infrastructure solutions like diking, revetments, hydrosocial systems that seek to separate those water bodies of the salty, the atmospheric, the riverine, and the subterranean that are often connected.
So in critically, like sort of at the same time, in critically thinking through coastal protection and wet ontologies around building on and with water, we also wanted to sort of foreground the revival of floating urbanities. And of course, those futures are here to stay, as seen in the politically contested seasteading movement, and also what UN Habitat is lauding and pushing forth. But at the same time, the offshoring of urban life offers alternative visions to highly destructive geoengineering practices such as land reclamation. So in this light, we've also been asking ourselves what new ways of being urban and what new infrastructural vulnerabilities might emerge as a result of these aquitectures, while thinking about tenurial security, spatial enclosure, and the gentrification of the sea, themes in which some of the talks in this conference will address in greater depth.
Another dualism that we've been seeking to transgress also in our research are the sites of experimentation themselves as highly technocratic solutions on the one hand that are forged innovations guided by managerial approaches of redesigning coastal spaces against a backdrop of obviously relative sea level rise and subsidence. Tellingly, a number of futuristic mega projects and blueprints such as the earlier versions of the Great Garuda here in Jakarta, but also planned floating city of oceanics in Busan, were weighty implications on coastal dwellers in which promises of participation appear floating and rather performative.
Indeed, and at the same time, we also sought to understand the role of cultures and networks of repair and regeneration. What kinds of infrastructural experiments and their afterlives emerged from these networks of coastal care and revival, and how are these infrastructural practices embodied, and how might emotional sensibilities unfold through their very materializations? You know, whether as symbols of state making, of urban public protest, or even as sites of abandonment and ruination.
Another entry point has been questions around rethinking relations between the city and the sea, also reverberating in the title of this conference, or the reference points of BlueUrbanism and Tanah. Because we, of course, we can observe that oceanic spaces become increasingly industrialized and coastal spaces increasingly urbanized at the same time. As a starting point, coastal urbanities are obviously getting more important in times of coastal rush and planetary urbanization. Early writing on coastal urbanites has privileged port cultures, harbor sites, and urban waterfronts, but we think that while conceptualizing and also implementing those integrated, also socio-hydrological systems that manage coastal and hinterland waters at the same time, coastal urbanism clearly goes beyond those rather small parts of coastal cities. More fundamentally, in ways that Timothy Beatley has labeled BlueUrbanism, cities worldwide are seeking ways in how to embrace the coastal waters around them.
But of course, there are less visible ways in which oceans and urbanities converse and converge. For example, through extractivist economies of sand and other minerals, in which the very concrete of the material city is inscribed through the erasures of different kinds of water. So in spaces of, say, acute submergence, like in the case of Northern Java, that we'll hear about, sea not only becomes land, for example, through artificial island making, but land also becomes sea.
So the fourth and last dualism that we would like to introduce in this opening remark is the one around space-times, and especially thinking about past and futures. So when thinking about past and futures and their intermingling in coastal transformation processes, we can also witness path dependencies, post-colonial legacies, and enduring practices of social institutions or coastal management institutions in which those transformations unfold. The continuing also of social institutions, as we see in the picture on the left, taken in Bremen in northern Germany, of a dike inspection walk by the Dike Society members that has been performed each year for over centuries, actually, before the storm surge season starts.
So this also entails, dominant practices of coastal engineering that are increasingly mobilized, in which futures often haunt the present. At the same time, submergence enlivens sensibilities around memorialization and certain kinds of forgetting and, of course, collective erasure. So with this being said, we would like to see this conference bringing people together and in many ways holding that space for cross dialogues and hopefully future collaborations.
In the wake of this conference, we plan to also think jointly with all of you together around potential allies of engaging and interacting, maybe also as a group beyond this event. One way of doing so could, for example, be to be putting together an inter and transdisciplinary special issue related to the politics of urban experimentation and coastal placemaking. And so we would very much like to continue engaging with one another's work even after we go apart after those coming 3 days. So finally, we would like to thank the team again, in particular the Center for Strategic and Global Studies at the Universitas Indonesia, our Indonesian partner institution, and for hosting this conference. And an immense thanks goes out to the organization team. The planning and logistical work that you've all carried out has been fantastic. Thanks to Mutmaina and her team. Let's give her a big applause. Of course, together with also Sevilla and Nabila, and also together with the numerous conference assistants and translators for the coming days. Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to this conference.
Thank you, Dr. Johannes Herbeck and Dr. Rapti Siriwardane. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the keynote session. We are delighted to welcome Professor Dr. Ing Wiwandari Handayani from Department of Urban and Regional Planning, Diponegoro University, Undip. This session will be moderated by Dr. Linyola together with the question and answer session. Dr. Linyola is a senior lecturer at the School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia. She possesses an academic and professional background in architecture, urban, energy, and technology innovation. She is best known for her model of climatically responsive urban configuration. She has 13 years of experience in academic and administrative position in some international university programs. She also highly active as publication, editor, and reviewer, curriculum developer, and chairperson of international events and university lead community services. She currently chairs the Center of Spatial Data and Analysis, which mainly focuses on the urban simulation model and integrated ecospatial study and technologies. Please welcome Dr. Linyola.
Thank you. Very good morning, everyone, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the kind introductions. I'm Linyola. I'm here to host the first speaker today, Prof. Wiwandari Handayani. We are having 3 days keynote speakers for this conference, BlueUrban conference. And today, the title is Transforming Adaptations to Climate Change, Experience and Lessons Learned from Northern Coast of Java. And don't forget, audience, for offline and online participants that we are having in Zoom. We are having the next 2 days as well, and the title, I think, similar. The second day is about survival and expansions towards sustainable inclusive urbanizations based on experience from North Coast of Jakarta. So it's kind of related. And the third day, the line between land and sea, urban development, climate change, and the future of the coastal worlds. So today, let me invite Professor Dr. Wiwandari Handayani. She's a professor of Department of Urban and Regional Planning in Diponegoro University in Indonesia. She graduated from her bachelor degree in Urban and Regional Planning in Undip and her master degree in ITB in Urban and Regional Planning as well, and her PhD in ANU Australia and Germany. So a long, very long CV. She's also the key member of ACCCRN, Asian Cities Climate Change Resilience Network, as well as GRCN in Indonesia. And let me don't read everything because it's very long. Yeah, and today she's going to present 3 main topics. The first one is the concept of the resilience in the context of climate adaptations. The second one, the situations of northern coast of Java, and the last one, experience from northern coast of Java. She's going to present for around 40 to 45 minutes, and we are going to continue with 30 minutes discussions. Please welcome Professor Wiwandari Handayani. Welcome. Ya, silakan.
Thank you, Bu Lin. May I just stand and...
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning to all the participants, the Honorable yang saya hormati, Pak Bapak Direktur, Bu Rapti, Dr. Rapti and Dr. Johannes, Ibu Moderator, and also all the participants offline and online. It's really an honor for me to be invited here, and quite nervous because I'm become the first keynote speaker. Yeah, and yeah, my name is quite long, Wiwandari Handayani, but mostly everybody call me Wiwi, so it's a lot easier. Just call me Bu Wiwi. I come from Unip Semarang, and for maybe yeah, for this time, I would like to present some highlights about the northern coast of Java, but prior to that, like having mentioned before, next please. Yeah, I would like to start with, just calling your attention again about climate change issues, because I know all of us here, at least, yeah, already been very concerned and familiar with the phenomenon and also with the issues as well. And I would like to highlight in a way how we need to move toward a more innovative ideas in dealing with this climate change. We call it as transformative adaptation, as I mostly work on the resilience issues. Then in the resilience, we call it as more into what we call as socio-ecological resilience. And I would like to, again, even though I know most of you already have some research and been familiar with the situation in northern coast of Java, but let's see again, yeah, how the situation there. And I would like to end up with some lesson learned from different perspective, from the community up to the regional level. Next, please. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to, because I have 45 minutes, I hope you will not get bored with my presentation, but I believe all of us, yeah, I don't know, I just would like to start with asking all of you, how often you hear, you listen, or you think about climate change in your daily activities? How often, Ibu? Thank you, thank you. How often, Johannes? You think about it every day, or really? Okay. Gimana, Pak Ator? Yeah, okay. You hear about that every day. Anyone else? You really hear or think about climate change every day? Once a week? Once a month? Wow. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pa. Yeah. Yeah, because most of us here is very concerned with the issues, but we don't know anybody else outside, yeah, whether they are just like us, really think about that, or even maybe many of us, yeah, do not really know what is it, right? Many of the people, they experience, but do not realize what the climate change is. But anyway, other than about our understanding, I just want to recall again our concern, because as we know, all we know that there are growing numbers of worst disasters, yeah, recorded in recent decades. And from the IPCC report, we know that there are situations that there will be hotter and hotter. Yeah, there will be 4-degree increasing if we do not do anything. Then there's already a global commitment, yeah, to control, at least, yeah, we agree, either we may have the +2 degrees Celsius, yeah, and or if we quite optimistic, we can keep it until 1.5 to control the emission and to control the degree. As we already experienced, we feel like our daily become hot, and even in Jakarta now we're dealing with pollution, air pollution become a hot issues lately. That is the situation. And as a following phenomenon, we experience a lot of various disasters like Bu Rapti and Pak Yohanes has mentioned and become the concern of your research about Blue Urban. And we see there's a very strong phenomena in Indonesia, in different islands, everywhere, and like just snapshots, from different part. Let's say from the northern coast, and we know there are a lot of types of floods experienced there, and it is stated that river flood cost Indonesian estimate 5.5 billion US dollars, in addition to the increasing risk of tidal flood up to 37%. So it means there are a lot damage and losses, because of this situation as the impact of the climate change. Other than flood, we also have the problem related with forest fire and nearly 40 degrees Celsius of warming. Rainfall reduced by 12%, resulting in about 55 days of extreme fire dangers per year in Kalimantan, in Sumatra. So maybe in Java, we mostly prone to flood, but in other islands, there are other types of disasters that we need to really aware. And another things still related with water, if not too much, leads to flood, it will be too less, leads to drought, right? So some part of Indonesia, including Java, will become drier by about 40%. So you can imagine there, it will lead to a big issues if we just not really, I don't want to say it as do nothing, but if we do just like as a business as usual approach. So in the end, it's not only about the impact of the disaster itself, but it is impact to our quality of life, our health, and so on. So I have some conversations this morning, and also last night. It leads to an idea that when we talk about climate change, I think that's a very important aspect to be approached by not only interdisciplinary, not only multidisciplinary, but also transdisciplinary approach. Meaning that we are here, I'm an urban planner, we have anthropology, we have geographers, so I hope we are in the good direction to find an innovative solution to deal with this situation. Adding to that climate change impact, I would like also to highlight that at least for the case of Indonesia, it's not only the climate change phenomena itself, but it also relates to urbanizations, it leads to urban growth. Why? Because the urban population keep increasing. As I've mentioned here, if in 2010, we still have about 50% people live in the city, but in 2045, it is projected up to 70%. The problem is not only about the rapid growth of the people who will live in urban area, the problem is the distribution. Because most of them will live only in the certain spots. Just like here in Jakarta, the biggest metropolitan, not only in Indonesia, but also one of the big one in Asia. And they're growing and mostly still live in Java Island. More than 60% people live in Java. And you know how big Java is compared to the Indonesian area? Do you want to guess? Anyone want to guess again? If I inform you, 60%, about 60%, could be more, of Indonesian people live in Java. How big it is? How big Java compared to the whole Indonesian area? Anybody? Yeah, 7 ya Pak. It's already there. I forgot. I shouldn't mention there, sorry. Yeah, and the problem is then in regard to the climate change, yeah, because of this unequal distribution, the country Indonesia is, I think, the ninth, yeah, contribution, because we use a lot of electricity, ranks 9 in terms of the largest CO2 emissions in the world. So again, it may leads to another problems, and it is why when we talk about climate change, we have to always connect between mitigation and adaptation. If mitigation, we are very much focused on how we control our emission, how we control the urbanization, how we control the population distribution, but how to deal with the climate change phenomena, then we mostly talk about the climate change adaptation. There are a lot of definition. I will not be long with this, because I believe all of you very much familiar with this, but what is important that I would like to also mention from this slide is mostly climate change adaptation is closely connected with the concept of resilience. Resilience is the ability or capacity of a system to cope with disturbances. So in the system could be regarded as resilience if we can deal with any disturbances, and the disturbances in general could be categorized either as shocks or stresses. Shocks, if there is, rarely happened, but once it happens, it will create a lot of damages, like, for example, like tsunami. Stresses is just regular disturbances. Maybe for the people who live in Jakarta, congestion, traffic, even flood, maybe for people like in Semarang or in Jakarta or in Pekalongan, ya Pak, becomes like a stresses, because we face it of day to day. And we need to make the system either at the individual level, families, communities, until the macro level to cope with, yeah, and to become resilient. There are at least 3 levels or 3 stages in general. Most of the time when we deal with the disturbance, the first steps that we will try to survive, try to find a way. When there's flood, we need to think how we can still keep, yeah, our activities can take place like in a normal day. And then after we survive, there will be a next steps calls as adapt, yeah, how the system makes adjustment. And the last when we can regard ourselves or the system or whatever, yeah, in dealing with the disturbance is already at the level of resilience, is when we already transformed, meaning that the system is transformed into a better new system. So that's why when I talk about transforming adaptation in climate change, it is also, I would like to see it also in the perspective from the resilience or the resilience lens. In related to climate change, there are a lot of literatures try to connect the two aspects, but I would like to, for this one, I would like to just show from one of the literature that actually resilience is related to many dimensions: technical, social, psychological, physical. That's why I mentioned earlier we should promote the approach into the multi and transdisciplinary approach. And among the dimension, there are also another connection. For example, when we talk about climate change adaptation, it is more into the technical and social. That's why when we talk about resilience in the climate change adaptation, we are very much familiar what we call as engineering or technical resilience and socio-ecological resilience. That I would like to discuss about the idea, about the framework, how we need to deal with all disturbance, like I've tried to briefly mention earlier. We have the disturbance, we need to adapt, and we need to adapt transformatively. In the perspective of resilience, we need to move from what we call as engineering resilience to the socio-ecological resilience. We need to what is actually socio-ecological resilience? We call it as evolutionary resilience, meaning that we need to deal with the disturbance in comprehensive way, not incrementally. We need to make not only coping, not only surviving, but we need to transform. We need to be proactive, and we need to think a long-term solution rather than reactive to find a short-term solution. It is not easy for sure, yeah, because when we talk about socio-ecological resilience, we need to focus on achieving new different normal situation. I will give you different in different slide the illustration, but from this slide I just want to give you also one examples. Yeah, for example, when we deal with flood, because mostly climate deals with most the climate disturbance is flood. Then when flood comes, mostly then what we do when flood comes? What we do? Apa yang kita lakukan kalau banjir ya? Maybe apa Bu? Yeah, we elevate the house, yeah, elevate the house. But whether elevating the house, is it really give a long-term solution, mid-term or short-term? What do you think? Because maybe anybody, most of you already very familiar, yeah, with the situation in Northern Coast. We elevate the house, but maybe within the next 5 years, then we need to do it again, right? So maybe we need to always keep adapt, and adapt. Yeah. What else? Anybody maybe want to? What do you have in mind when we find flood as the disturbance? What normally we do? Apa Pak? Di Pekalongan Pak, kalau ada rob, apa yang dilakukan masyarakat? Ninggiin jalan, elevate the road, yeah, elevate the road. Then I would like to invite your critical thinking, yeah, whether it is an ideal solution or not. Should we think a more innovative way? Is it categorized as a transformative adaptation or not? Yeah, because when we talk about transformative adaptation, it is at least should have 6 characteristics. It should restructuring. So normally in most cases, it includes the involvement of local people, local leaders, yeah, to invite new thought and awareness and behavioral changes. And it's not only solve the not try to find a short-term solution, as I've mentioned before, but how we can think a more longer, yeah, to have a new normality. It should passive thing, so it means we need to redirect development pathways. Let's say back to the flood issues again. Do you think elevate the house, elevate the road, if we do it again and again, do we on the right pathways, or should we find another pathways? Not only for the people, not only for the household, but also for the region. Yeah, that's maybe we're raising our critical thinking. Do it include research and experimentations? Yeah, it should be innovative. Many people said we should think out of the box. Somebody said we should think not only out of the box, but we should think when there is no box. So we cannot do in our business as usual way of thought again. It should system-wide, so it means it cannot be done only by certain stakeholders, only by the government, only by the local people, but it should include multi-stakeholders. And persistent, it means we need to ensure that the transformative adaptation will provide a long-term solution. So yeah, until this slide, I just want to invite you to rethink again with our daily disturbances, yeah, that we face. Do we already on that stage, or we still on the lower stage? Yeah, surviving or adaptation. Because if we think evolutionary, then we need to be proactive, transformative, long-term, multiple equilibrium, meaning that we cannot only think only in one, let's say when there's flood, we cannot just think about normalizing the river, then the flood will be solved, but maybe we need also to think also about the people who live along the river, for example. So transformative adaptation need to accommodate different sectors and different aspects. I will back to that concept again, but then from this slide, I just want to also share, maybe all of you already very familiar with this, but just share some, again, some ideas that dealing with the disturbance, considering about the idea of climate change adaptation and resilience, actually Indonesia, as part of the global commitment, already set a target to achieve what we call as national target for adaptation and resilience to climate change. There are long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience released by the Environmental Ministry. It is mentioned that the target is to reduce the impact of climate change on national GDP by 30.45% by 2050. And it is mentioned in the LTS or LCCR, climate change adaptation in the perspective of resilience should include at least economic resilience, should include social and livelihood resilience, and should include ecosystem and landscape resilience. It means if we, amanah, what is amanah in English? Yeah? If we consistent with the message of this, we need to do what we call as transformative adaptation, because we need to have a multiple equilibrium, not only in one aspect, but in different aspect. The economic, social and livelihood, and also ecosystem and landscape. It is strengthened also by, because we will have Indonesia Emas, 100 years of our independence in 2045. Bappenas also released some target to achieve climate change adaptation and resilience indicators. It includes also different aspect: human development, economic development, equitable development, and also governance. We also already revised the national determined contribution. We have the enhanced national determined contribution, and we have some target up to 2030. And for this target, it's not only the target to reduce the emission for a certain level, but also how the target is how to build national, regional, and community resilience from various risks due to climate change condition or climate resilience in at least 5 priority areas: food, water, energy, health, and ecosystem. And for the very short term, it's all already there in the national plan, midterm national plan until 2024. So the idea from this national target, I just want to show you that actually the ideas of climate change adaptation as a transformative adaptation, direct or indirectly, is already there in the policy, in the regulation. But the problem is how we can ensure that the policy could be implemented, not only as a regulation, not only as plan, but how we can move from plan to the real implementation. I will not explain one by one, but from this slide, I just want to show some key programs on the each area of resilience, showing that how we would like to trying to have a transformative adaptation in the perspective of comprehensive resiliency lens or resilience aspect. And there are also some thematic planning from RAN API. We have program Kampung Iklim. We have we have also what we call as pembangunan berketahanan iklim ya, PBI, Resilience Development iklim ya, pembangunan berketahanan iklim, and it is also some other supporting documents showing some indicators that need to be achieved by our country to ensure that we are on the right track to do some climate change adaptation movement. Other than that, I would like also to add this because mostly we talk about blue urban. It is interesting to find out just only like 2 years ago, the government have a focus on blue economy because I think our country, Indonesia, start with the green economy movement with the green bond and also SDGs bond. But since only 2 years ago, we already moved to what we call as a blue economy, and only in 2021, released by Bapenas, state that blue economy should regard as a new engine for Indonesian sustainable and inclusive economic growth, and at the same time also achieving a balance between conservation and the use of marine and coastal resources. It means that now, other than all the commitment, like I have already explained the earlier slides, there's also some more commitment that we also need to balance between the conservation of the coastal and how we optimize the economic value, not only from the marine, from the fish, but also from the coastal tourism, for example. The idea, the concept is already there again, yeah. But now how we deal with that, because at the ground, like I've mentioned before, not only at the I go to the northern coast of Java now. At the ground, the fact urbanizations keep growing, and it happens only on the certain spots, right? And it creates the cities, Indonesian cities, develop beyond their carrying capacity, and it creates a lot of environmental issues. And there's a lot, there's a lot of environmental problems that we have been dealing with. And I also hoping that the Blue Urban may contribute with some innovative ideas how we solve. Yeah, there's a coastal erosion, tidal inundation, and so on, like I've mentioned here, along the northern coast. Why northern coast? Because in the northern coast there are more urban growth centers. Yeah, like Jakarta from the west with more than 10 million population. We have Cirebon, yeah, and then we have Pekalongan. Next to Pekalongan, we have Batang, Kendal, and regard as the new industrial growth. Yeah, we have big industrial growth close to Pekalongan, Batang, Kendal. We have Semarang, yeah, and then along the northern coast, we experience not only sea level rise, but also land subsidence. So you can imagine from the sea, there's an increasing sea level rise from the land, from the land part. Then we experience the sinking. Yeah. So maybe during these 3 days, we will discuss a lot about the situation in this northern coast area. And other than that, I would like also to add not only the urbanization that taken place unequally, but also there are urban sprawl and land conversion phenomena in the upstream area. This quite the data is quite quite complicated and small font, yeah. But what I would like to show from these slides is actually not only because of the the development that beyond that take place beyond the carrying capacity, but the problem is now the land conversion already taking or happening in the upstream area. So you can imagine the area that should be function as the green area now becomes a built up area, land conversion, industrialization in the upstream, and create more and more types of flood, yeah. And the rainy days also significantly decrease with higher rain intensity. So there, we deal with various types of flood, yeah, tidal, pluvial, and fluvial, because of different causes, yeah, everywhere along the central Java, including there's some spots in Pekalongan, also in Semarang. We still experience that. It's interesting that this morning I met some colleague from Pekalongan, and you know more about this, ya Pak Komarudin. Maybe you will share about this maybe later or tomorrow, maybe, ya Pak, in Pekalongan. As I've mentioned, that's not only flood but also land subsidence. So these kind of situations, yeah, and sadly common, yeah, along the northern coast. And amazingly, people who live there, they want to stay, right, Pak? Yeah, they don't want to move, because it's interesting then to recall again whether that what we call as transformative adaptation or not. If the people already feel happy, I'm happy to live here, I don't want to move, then can we define it as a transformative adaptation? Let me think. Yeah, this is that's the whole idea that I would like to highlight here and there. The situation in Indonesia, the concept, the brief concept of adaptation and resilience, and also some brief situation in the northern coast of Java. And now I would like to propose 5 lessons learned that I would like to share with you here. The first one is the lesson learned about how have been so far, we focusing on what we call as incremental approach or engineering resilience. We see that most of our approach to deal with climate change phenomena majorly focus on what we call as physical infrastructure, such as the development of harbor tor in Semarang, seawall, polder everywhere. And the process is typically top-down and not integrated with maybe also the approach related to the socio-economic and environmental factors. We also hardly combining the gray infrastructural work and blue and green infrastructures. Nature-based solution is something maybe still new for most of us. So in brief, we need to learn how we can move, how we can combine this engineering incremental resilience into a more socio-ecological resilience. That's the first lesson learned that I think, that have been happening so far, at least in the northern coast. The second one is role of community. We actually have a lot of potential when we include community. Yeah, I talked with Pak Komarudin this morning. I remember about 2 years ago, Pak, we made a video how the local people actually they know better than anybody else, and they can deal using their local knowledge. So if we can't raising the awareness, we can working together with the local people, and there are already some what we call as Tanah, Kelurahan Tangguh Bencana, or community preparedness group, and I think we should learn from that. Yeah, so we have the top-down engineering resilience initiative. We should learn from that how we can combine with this one, how we improve, or how we include the role of community, and we can make it an integrative way with the top-down approach initiated by the government. And we cannot do it separately. The lesson learned number 3, what I would like to share with you, we need multi-stakeholder engagement. If we want to think transformatively, not only integrating the top-down with the bottom-up, but also how we ensure multi-stakeholder engagement. This is an example from Semarang city government. They try to engage in several different stakeholders, in dealing with some water issues in the last decade. But from the Semarang experience, I know it takes a long process, and there are a lot of questions on sustainability, because local government changes, the people change, the commitment of the leaders, of the mayor change, every 5 years. It is indeed a big issue, but again, multi-stakeholders, I think it's another lesson learned that we need to think when we want to make a new path to the transformative adaptation. Networking is important, yeah, to elaborate wider funding resource. Lesson learned number 4 is polycentric governance. Like it or not, in Indonesia, we have national, we have provincial, we have local government level, and they have different role and different responsibility. And it is, we need, when we talk about water, for example, when we talk about water management on the coastal, most of the responsibility goes to the national and provincial government. So when we talk about blue economy, for example, most of the responsibility is under the national and provincial government. But if we talk about the local people, about the local community movement, mostly we need to deal with the local government, right? So this is only a simple example to show how actually we need to improve, the agility. We need to be agile, but also we need to have our develop not only multi-stakeholders, but also what we call as the polycentric, how we can combine nicely the vertical and also the horizontal governance system involving different stakeholders. And this is my last highlight. What can we learn from the situation in the northern coast is that even though I've mentioned before, it needs top down, we need government to initiate, we need also local people, but if we want to make it really, really sustainable, I think I would like to propose an idea, the real transformation process if we started from below, if we started from the bottom. So I believe if we include the local people since the beginning, we can change the local people behavior, then we can promote a more sustainable solution. Maybe we have innovation, but if we do not include the local people, or maybe the idea is not from the local people itself, then the sustainability will be another challenge that we need to face. That's why in the end of the day, it's not only about combining the top down and also the community level initiative, but how we can do the transformation process from below, from the bottom. Because in the end, if we strengthen at the lowest level, then it will lead to the strengthening process at the national level. Even though, so this is my last slide, even though it's among of investment, human, financial, time, it create, asking for plurality, more stakeholders, divergency, degree of uncertainty, but I think there is a need, for us to change the approach from the inaction, like I give you an example here, suffering flood, to coping, like what you have mentioned, you mentioned elevating the road, building temporary dike, to incremental adaptation. For example, in flood cases, maybe we do the civil wall development, community preparedness group, but in the end of the day, what we need is transformative adaptation that can provide longer term solution. And from my example that I would like to show to you, one transformative adaptation in regard to the situation in the northern coast to deal with flood and other disturbances is how then we need to improve our spatial and land use plans, how we can ensure that what we have, we have rencana tata ruang, spatial plan, but how we can ensure the plan could be implemented as it is, how we ensure that the process also can be done inclusively, including all the stakeholders, then we may already in the right direction, to move into a more transformative adaptations pathways. I will stop here. I just in this last slide, I just want to show some of my publication. Unfortunately, it is in Bahasa, Bu Rapti and Pak Johannes. feel free to access ketahanan iklim perkotaan and ketahanan iklim berbasis masyarakat. From this book, I just want to share. There's also Pak Ruko or one of the editors of the book, and we like to share our experience mostly in Central Java, ya Pak Ruko, and in other book we talk about how actually the transformative adaptation could be done if we strengthen the community or the people. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Apologize if maybe there's some mistakes from my explanation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ranas first. Thank you very much, Prof. Wiwi, for the very great talk sharing. I invite the participants in this room and from the Zoom to raise the questions after this. And from the Zoom, maybe please drop your questions in the Q&A chat box. So the committee will present the questions in our screen. I would like just to point some of your keynotes just now. The first one is the concept of adaptations, very, very interesting, proactive, transformative, and reactive adaptative is actually the disaster resilience that you are saying is very, very crucial in implementing the adaptations to climate change. And of course, the urbanizations in north coast of Java is very serious issue in Indonesia, as we are having the overpopulated and development in this island. And the lesson learned, of course, those multi-stakeholders participations, I point out that the community empowerment is very key as well in this kind of system. But just one questions before the audience, before I lose the opportunity. From your sharing just now, I'm wondering, are we in the right track of definitions of adaptations to climate change itself? Because from what we are experiencing, is adaptation is defined as how we adapt to the negative impact of the climate change itself. But from your sharing, I'm saying that I don't think that's enough. I think we need to adapt to the climate change even from the beginning, not only the end product. Like, for example, yes, we are sharing the same atmosphere, we are sharing the same, what we call that, sea, and but only certain community affected, maybe like the flood just now, only in certain area. But we are all responsible to this global issue. So we need to carry this responsibility in all part of our life. I think that's the maybe micro understanding of the adaptation itself. So what do you think about that? Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. And yeah, I think on the paper, most of the times on the paper, we might on the right direction on the paper. Yeah, we already have the target. We try to accommodate different sectors and so on, and we have also the indicators as well. But the problem is how we ensure that what are on the papers, on the regulation, could be implemented. As we can see, in our daily, mostly we are likely very reactive, right? Because we cannot blame that situation also, yeah, Bo, I think, because even with all the situations, we are already overwhelming with the problems around us. So we are trained to be reactive other than proactive. Yeah, so we need flood is already there in front of our eyes, in front of our house. So how can we think proactively to deal with that? Yeah, so that's kind of the challenge. So I think if you ask me whether we are on the right track, so the simple answer would be, it might on the right track on the paper, on the regulation might, yeah. But the problem is we still struggling to ensure it can be really works on the ground.
There are still many homeworks to do.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I invite participants from the floor, please. Dr. Khotib. Yeah. Can somebody help with the mic? Pak Hotip dulu. Oke, silakan.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive study and comments. My name is Lim Soon Heng. I'm from Singapore, and I represent a society called the Society of Floating Solutions, right? In fact, I just came from not so long ago from a conference in Tokyo on a World Conference on Floating Solutions. I cannot but agree with you that the current way of responding to rising sea levels is a bit short-sighted by just simply elevating your house or building your house on stilts or adding landfill to raise the level of ground and then build. That can be a solution for the next 5 years, right? But we do not know the long-term solutions, right? Is there any considerations in Jakarta on the use of floats to support structures? And if there are not, I'd like to understand why. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He's asking about Jakarta. I think, yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Lim. Nice to meet you here. About the floating solution, actually my colleague Pak Ruko has the research about the floating also in Jakarta, and we also in Semarang already has the piloting project to have like a floating house and an option. It's about 10 years ago, initiated by the local government in collaboration with the Ministry of Public Works at that time. There are a lot, what I've understood, yeah, in at least from the case of Jakarta and Semarang, it is like an open options that everybody thinks it is like a good options, and we can regard that as a could be a transformative, yeah, because it might you can imagine maybe 20, 50 years from now, then we will live like in a floating house along the coast in, like, let's say in Jakarta or maybe in Pekalongan or Semarang, for example. But then as long as I'm concerned and as I know, the biggest challenge is how to make it as a bankable, or mostly the issues is about the funding, because there's still a lot of research struggling to make it as a more there's a more implementative, yeah, because I don't know, maybe if you want to give some more comments, because I know exactly in Semarang, yeah, Pak, I don't know how it progressed in Jakarta, but in Semarang, the local government really want to replicate that. We already have one in Tambak Lorok. Yeah, maybe you have been there before, Pak, in Tambak Lorok. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, but then
may I just respond quickly?
Yeah.
I know about the Semarang project, and for some reason, not for technical reason, but I think more for social reasons, the project didn't go very far. As regards the bankability of floating structures, I think there is a misconception that the floating structure is not bankable because it's not lasting. It is, but that's not the case. If you build a floating structure on a concrete platform, you can build it to last 100 years, right?
Yeah.
And because a floating structure is a movable asset, right? Therefore, you can a banker has got more lien on a floating structure than on a landed structure, because a floating structure at any time, if you fail to pay your loan, you can seize it and tow it away. So in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam, a lot of houses have gone floating in spite of the fact that they are polders. They now are worried that the polders will not be adequate to overcome the rising sea level. So bankability, yes, it's an important question, but I think the bankers themselves don't understand this asset is more bankable than the fixed asset on land.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah. May I respond?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. I think thank you very much for adding the explanation, ya Pak Lim. And adding to your explanation is not only about the bankers, but also the local or the governments, because I think when we talk about such innovative solution like the floating options, we need like in our normal situation in Indonesia, we need the like several years process to convince all the related government stakeholders, the bankers, the government, the people. It takes years, and then it takes another years to think about the technical, and then to the construction until it is done. And the government, in most cases, they don't like to propose solution that can be completed more than 5 years. I just want to add the situation. That's why it's not easy to bring this conversation to the policymakers, because they might think this is complicated, and the result can be we can see the result in the quite long term. So if we want to bring this as an attractive ideas, then I think we need to make a good narrative. And I think I'm pretty optimistic. Yeah, in a way we can make this happen in one site in Indonesian cities, Pak Lim. Just adding your explanations. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Prof. Additional to that information, Jakarta is also having the homework of lump subsidence. So the Jakarta is sinking, and we are not only facing the sea level rise, but also the city is sinking. So it's another considerations. Thank you very much. We are moving to the second question, please, Pak Khotib.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin Yola. Yeah, welcome, Prof. Wiyandari, to kampus UI. I hope you enjoy the air pollution in Jakarta. Yeah. Okay, I think we are friends in Facebook, yeah, between Khotib and Prof. Wiyandari. Yeah. Okay. I am still in supervising the student from Environmental Studies, School of Environmental Studies. Yeah, the thesis is about the strategy of adaptation. The household in North Semarang, North Semarang. The thesis is in micro level analysis. Yeah, because this is the household analysis. Yeah, in some kecamatan, I think in 3 kecamatan. Genuk, Genuk, and then. What else? Semarang Barat and Tugu. Yeah. The one of strategy adaptation is migration. Yeah, migration. Yeah, and not just only elevate the household, but also move from the older house and then to the newer settlement. And then, but I'm still being in confused. Yeah. How to make sure that the because of the rising of sea level, yeah, how we can make sure that the rising of sea level is because of climate change, because climate change is in the broader context, in the macro or meso context, but this research is in micro level. Yeah, just okay. I think that's my question. Thank you, Dr. Niola.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khotib. So here in SSGS, we are in the right track. Like you said just now, we are the multi-discipline people. So we are doing the studies on different perspectives, including the micro spatial studies. So please, Prof. Wiwi, respond to that question.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Hatip, for the questions. And nice to know that you have students, yeah, to do the research in Semarang. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, Pak, understanding your questions, actually, when we when we talk about modeling, mostly if we want to know the impact of the sea level rise or land subsidence in part of an area, then we do what we call as the modeling, and mostly the modeling will include like data at the macro or at least meso level, Pak. So as long as I understand, in Semarang there have been some studies about modeling in calculating the sea level rise, but also the land subsidence. It is an interesting story that I know from some discussions. Most of the in the northern coast, yeah, it's quite tricky to do the modeling because we need to include not only the influence of the climate change phenomena from the sea, yeah, the sea level rise, the rain pattern and so on, but also the land subsidence that mostly influenced by the water extraction. That's why there's a lot of discussion on that subject, Bu, because and also it answers why I think, yeah, most of the sea wall constructed in the last 10 years, most of them I call it as miscalculated because maybe they think it can survive until, let's say, 15, 20 years, like the one maybe in Pekalongan, maybe you also been there before, but before 20 years, it's just like 10 years is already need to be elevated again, Pak. And back to your questions, the calculation is mostly at the macro and meso using like the secondary data, spatial, and also from the BMKG, ya Pak, mostly. And in your research is about your students' research is about migration, ya Pak. Yeah. Yeah. I also have some research on the several spots in Semarang, Demak, and Pekalongan, and it is interesting to find out the younger generation, they start to think to move, but mostly because of the economic reason. There is nothing to do with because their awareness with the climate change. So, but still, the older generation, they prefer to stay, or even they want to keep the houses. Even maybe the children's already have works in somewhere, and the parents already pass away, but they still keep the house because they want to keep, yeah, the connection with where they were born, for example. So it is interesting to really understand whether the people decide to migrate because of the climate, because the environmental changes, or because of only the economic reason, Pak. I think, yeah, I will stop here, Bu.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any response, Pak Hotip? Thank you very much. Do you have any questions from the Zoom, Mas Pras? Not yet. Okay. Anyone from the floor, please? Yes, that's it. Questions.
Hi, thank you so much, Professor Vivi, for the presentation. My name is Lalita, and I'm from Mumbai, India. And I was particularly interested, I think, in your focus on transformation, transforming or transformative change from below. The idea that resilience from below can be achieved from the smallest scape or the micro level to drive more sustainable change at the national level. So what I wanted to ask you is that from my experience in India, I mean, I very much believe in the idea of this kind of bottom-up transformative change. But from my experience in India, increasingly what we're seeing is that the main actors that influence change at the local level are actually no longer local or place-based. They are in fact national, transnational, large, especially corporate players. And so I think the kind of very strong nexus that exists between these corporate players, corporate actors, and the state, particularly higher levels of the state, not the local levels. So I think that nexus is very, very strong. So real estate development in some ways is just almost impossible to dislodge by. However strong the local protests, the coalitions of urban poor groups are, increasingly that's what we are seeing in Indian cities. So I'm curious about, I think, the Indonesian case. And if you can tell us a little bit more about what are the possibilities that you see here for something like this kind of a transformative change to really actually become a very potent force that can dislodge these kinds of much larger corporate transnational actors, which are very much acting in the sphere of the local, even though they're not, it's very hard to control them from the local base.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing your experience from India. And India to Indonesia, I think, is comparable in terms of population. So, but we might have different contexts. Please, Prof. Wiwi.
Yeah, thank you for the interesting questions as also give us some new perspective. Yeah, but to respond to your questions, I think at the end of the day, the issues is how we try to keep the balance between economy and environmental considerations, I think, because when we talk about developers, when we talk about private sectors, yeah, automatically the orientation will be into the profit, right? But then how we can, in a way, use the regulation and how we find what I would like to use the term of co-benefit. Yeah, I think co-benefit, how we combine the profit orientation with the environmental consideration could be nicely combined. I think that's another interesting issues, yeah, to be further elaborated. Because for example, like, yeah, I think the phenomena is similar, yeah, in Indonesia. Even though we have a strong voice from the locals, if there are a big movement, big, not really movement, yeah, but initiative from the big company, from the private sectors, then there will, different situation will take place. But I'm still optimistic, yeah, if there local awareness in combination with the consistency of regulation, we can still in a way control by trying to find that what I call as co-benefit. Yeah. For example, again, one example in let's say it happens in Semarang, big developers, and they develop the big real estate. Initially, it is like should be allocated for the green area. Then becomes some co-benefit approach. For example, okay, the government allow them to build some big new town, but then they need to provide like good greenery, like big what is it? What is it? Danau, Bu? Lake, yeah, like a big lake, yeah, for ensuring the combination between the blue and green infrastructure is nicely managed. So I think, yeah, again, the solution will end up in a way we can include, yeah, the multi stakeholders and how we ensure that every stakeholders has can maintain their interest. Yeah. So as long as we keep and we can meet the situation with the co-benefit principle, maybe we can lead up to a more realistic solution, yeah, Bu.
Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. I want to share some research of our students here in SSGS UI. During the pandemic, so-called global disaster, how Jakarta is really managing this global pandemic is like through RT and RW. So in Indonesia, we have kind of like the very lowest level of community leadership. Yeah, we call it RT RW. What is it in English? Pak RT dan Pak RW. Something like in some village we have some sub divisions of the leaders, and yeah, and they're managing the initiatives from the locals, including those religion leaders, and it's really become like helping the government to manage from the top down, because they are really reaching up the community from the bottom up. So I think this kind of context in Indonesia is very important. I'm sure in India you also have this, though we are still struggling with the populations, the big populations, but I think it helps to some extent in the micro level. Thank you very much. We are having around 7 minutes left, but please, I still invite questions from the floor. Anyone? Okay, please. Up. Okay.
Thanks, Prof. Again for your rich sharing. I have a question that relates very much to Larita's question before, and maybe goes a bit more to the basic understanding that you've also shown us, and I'm particularly referring to a term that you've been using as a transformative action within with the goal of reaching a new and a better system. And I was wondering, when thinking about the system, and you've also talked about modeling, there probably you would be able to define a system on a very theoretical basis, but as soon as you then try to go down to the social conditions that you find, defining a system gets more difficult, I think, especially defining also the boundaries of a system for various reasons, be it we've also already talked about different trajectories of migration that make it less straightforward, where you can draw boundaries of certain social systems. Also, when thinking about different temporalities that impact on system boundaries or make it very hard to define those boundaries. So, and the same then applies to your suggestion of reaching a better system, because you can, of course, also ask yourself, who is able to define what is a better state, and who might not be able to do so. So I was wondering, how do you deal with those uncertainties that you find when trying to deal with those? I don't even want to talk about local conditions, but the social conditions and context in which those transformations should unfold.
Yeah, please, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Johannes. Yeah, when we talk about climate change adaptations, resilience, it is certainly deal with complexity. And I think even in Indonesia, everywhere, but even in Indonesia, it leads to the higher level of uncertainty, right, in the future, because the future in Indonesia becomes more uncertain because it influenced by different vectors, including the policy, including the politics, the decision makers, and everything. So what I think when we then back to the concept of the transformative adaptations again, yeah, I think after maybe we can see it in different perspective, right? We can see from the ecological perspective, we can see from the socio-ecological perspective. Then we may think ideally transformative can lead to the optimum equilibrium that combine between that different dimension, economy, social, ecology, and so on, conceptually. But how we can understand it in the real world, right? Because it's not really easy to formulate or calculate that concept in the real situations. So I think, like I've mentioned in my last slide, in the end, the real or the basic resilience level could be achieved if we back to the resilience at the very lowest level, ya Pak. So at our individual level. So because it will leads to the spread of the resiliency to the wider level. But then again, it is influenced by different factors, right? That's why I think it's like a quite complicated. So I in the end, I'm sorry that I cannot really answer your questions, but let us further think about that and find the optimum in combining between different level, different system, and different aspect. And that's why I think we're still in progressing, and as I've mentioned before, why we need what we call as transdisciplinary approach to find the right answer, Pak. Yeah, that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I saw in your slide just now, collaboration is also the key.
Yeah.
We are seeing that the cities in Asian region, they start to talk about how we collaborate to face those region issues. And they start talking about the leaders, how we do kind of like discussions to form the integrative policies. So I think this is a very good start as well, including involving the academics.
Exactly.
Yeah, because we are having a lot of research also to participate in this policy making. So I think Prof. Wiwi is also part of this. Thank you very much. Okay, maybe the last call for the questions. Yeah, the lady in white, I think she was already waiting since. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Anka from the University of Tokyo. So my question is related to the previous questions as well, is that based on your experience, do you see that the Jakarta government, they are embracing the concept of transformative learning, transformative adaptation, the concept or the way of including the perspective of the local residents or local community? And the second question is regarding land subsidence in Jakarta. Is the government, they have started any initiative in targeting the root cause of this problem? And if not, then why? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And welcome again to all international participants to join our international conference. And I know you are not living in Jakarta, but please speak on behalf of us. Thank you.
Yeah. It is a very direct question. And I think it's not actually the question not only relevant to Jakarta, but also other cities in Indonesia as well. Just like what I've mentioned in my last slide, if we really want to make a transformative movement, then the ammunition should be the spatial plan. So if we really sure that what we have been doing in Jakarta, in Pekalongan, in Semarang is already aligned with the spatial plan that promote the sustainability of the socio and ecological system along this prone area, along the coast, then we can call it transformative. But then in most cases, there are always some different factors. Why, in the end, sometimes we already have the plant, but then on the implementation, there will be some adjustment. Yeah, and I believe talking about this, we cannot talk in like a white and black situations. So I think we live in the gray world. It depends on how dark the gray is, on how light the gray is. Yeah. So if your question is whether we already transformative enough, then maybe in some perspective we try to do it. But if I may say in brief, the majority of the initiative, is very likely, just like I've mentioned in the slide, still incremental. Yeah, we're still doing mostly very much focused on physical, engineering resilience. And about land subsidence, I think we haven't really answer the root of the problems, because the root of the problems in most of my research is because of the water extractions, because of the industrialization. But in a way, industry is very important for us to promote our economic growth. That's why, again, back to our previous discussions, there will be always the questions about how we maintain the co-benefit between economic growth and equality and and the environment. So it always be like a difficult situations, I think. I will stop here, Bu.
Okay, thank you. Last from me, we know that development in Java Island is already so massive, so rapid, and we are keep talking about urbanization is worse, is going high in Asia, especially in Indonesia. I just want some concern. Is the urban development really responsible to climate change? As we know from the data from Indonesia, the emissions from Indonesia is even higher from the rural area, especially from those agriculture industries where we are having the palm oil and somewhere in Kalimantan, Sumatra, and etc. etc. And the emission is even higher than the urban area itself. So shall we blame urban area for this?
Yeah. I think when we talk about coastal, if we talk about coastal area, then I believe urbanizations cause the or we need to pay attention on the urbanizations issues. But if we talk Indonesia in general, then there will be more more factors, just like you've mentioned, including the deforestations, you know, not only agriculture, the avolo land use and so on. Yeah.
So it's actually there is a bigger homework
Exactly.
behind the scene.
Yeah, exactly. If we talk about climate change in in Indonesia, then there will be different sectors, Bu, to be further considered, of course.
Thank you very much, Prof. Wiwi.
Most welcome, Bu.
And the committee is already giving me the sign since just stop there. So before I sum up, I just want to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that we are having two panels today. The first one titled Historicizing and Pluralizing of Coastal Urbanity, and the second one, Urbanizing Oceans Beyond Dry Wet Dualism. So I think there are some presenters will present their research sharing there. So please don't forget to attend in the afternoon. And committee, I think they are having some announcement later. But before that, let us give our honor to Prof. Wiwi for the very great sharing today. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. And yeah, continue with some token of appreciations, please. To you, right? Okay. With that, I close these sessions from myself. Thank you very much, and see you in the next sessions.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Wiwandari Handayani, for the very insightful discussion. And thank you, Dr. Linyola, for moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the first session. We would like to present appreciation plaques for Professor Dr. Wiwandari Handayani as keynote speaker and Dr. Linyola as moderator for today's event. We welcome you, Dr. Hatip, as Head of Urban Studies Program, School of Strategic Global Studies, to the stage to present this token of appreciation. Dr. Dr. Linyola, please come to the stage. Before we end this session, let us have a photo session with all the guests here. Participants, please come here to the stage. Participants, please welcome to the stage to have a photo session with all the guests here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a lunch break for 1 hour and reconvene at 1 p.m. Lunch will be served on this side in the next room on this floor. Please enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel session will be start in 5 minutes. Please sit in your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel session is going to start. This panel session will have titled Historicizing and Pluralizing Coastal Urbanity. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Johannes Herbeck. He is a researcher at the Artec Sustainability Research Center, co-principal investigator of BlueUrban project. Please welcome Dr. Johannes Herbeck. And if anyone needs coffee, we serve some coffee in the next room and you can have a coffee. And if anyone want to ask in Bahasa, we can also talk about Bahasa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon. Welcome to this first panel in this conference. It's a pleasure to moderate it. The name of the panel is Historicizing and Pluralizing Coastal Urbanity, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing 4 exciting panelists. A short information how the panel is going to be organized, and it's probably going to apply to most of the upcoming panels in this conference. So each panelist will have 10 to maximum 15 minutes of presentation, and he or she will be given a sign after about 12 minutes. Each talk will be directly followed by a short Q&A session of about 5 minutes, and questions are welcome from the audience in this room and also from online participation via Zoom that can be written down as questions in the chat. And very important, please also don't hesitate to post your questions in Bahasa Indonesia. We have capacities for translation, both your questions as well as the answers. So please really don't hesitate. It's nice that you accepted our little rearrangement of the room to move the audience a bit closer to the presentation. So, but I still see a lot of empty chairs in the first row. So anyone who wants to come a bit closer, you're very welcome to do so. Having said that, it's an honor to welcome our first speaker in this panel, who is Farhan Anchari from Newcastle University. Farhan is a doctoral student of spatial planning and urban studies at Newcastle University. His current project looks at how planning practices preoccupied with certain imaginaries about the city influence socio-ecological configurations between the city and non-city spaces, such as the sea and the countryside, with a reference to the case of Greater Jakarta. His theoretical interests include urban theory, political ecology, planning theory, and cultural political economy. So Farhan, you're welcome, and the floor is yours.
All right, so yeah, thank you everyone for attending to my session. This is my presentation. The title, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. So what I will discuss here first, I will start with a claim, pretty huge claim, that why the urbanists and planners don't talk much about the sea. And the second one, why speaking from planning perspectives. And the third one, why does researching imaginaries even matter? And yeah, the fourth one is moving forward, because yeah, this work is still ongoing. In fact, that I haven't started my field work. I just landed in Jakarta last week. So yeah, this is sort of warming up, I guess. Yeah, so let's begin with the first chapter here. So yeah, this is the map showing about cities. Many of them highly populated, they are located next to the sea, but there's sort of reluctance or unwillingness, if you say, about how urbanists or planners, they don't really touch much on the topic of the city and the sea. So this is, like, for example, this is urban theory, one of the most earliest modern Western urban theory from the Chicago School, Burgess, by Ernest Burgess, talking about the land use. It's taken from Chicago, and Chicago itself situated next to a lake, which is a body of water. But if you see the original model in the left, it did not incorporate the body of the water. While in reality, the next, if you see the right side, is include the water. So where's the water here? And we can see the same pattern when talking about city and the sea. There is sort of omissions about the body of the water. And yeah, these are sort of complaints from the experts. It's not unique, it's not really unique to the planners, or yeah, this is also a sort of disease, say like bias, also possessed by human geographer, for example. And how do we make sense this issue, like why we sort of have a land-centric view in seeing the space? So my argument, I would start with the experience, the Euro-American experience during the Industrial Revolution, where they experienced a very massive urbanization, and it resulted in the creation of very specific imaginaries about the city and its counterpart, what's imagined as the opposite. So this is what I mean by imaginaries. So for example, when we say about the city, then we will immediately assume what would be the qualities possessed by the city. If we talk about the city, okay, it should be industrial, the people should be impersonal, then people more civilized, it's about sophistication, it's about work, it's about the progress. And if you see the opposite, the countryside, you will assume certain qualities like countryside is about agriculture, it's barbaric, it's about community, it's about tradition. This kind of experience, which was underwent by Westerners, like by the Europeans, by the Americans, it translates into special terms. They experience a massive social change, but there are a lot of quality of changing. Like there's modernity, you got the secularism, you got the technology, but this change, people translate it into shorthand, and they use special term. So there are a list of social change. Like people become more impersonal, become industrial. They try to pack it into one word, city, and it's the opposite. This different, and the city is it's completely new experience after the Industrial Revolution, and they contrast it with the idea of the countryside. So, this kind of imaginaries, they offer some correspondence, they offer some truth, they serve explanation about our reality, although partially, and these imaginaries, because they are useful, although they are not necessarily true in every space, in every time, become very persistent. So is it sort of difficult to imagine, for example, if you think about the city, but you find peasants or you find fishermen, instead of treating fisheries and agriculture as a possible modes of living in the city, among many of possibilities, people will treat it as an anomaly or deviancy, for example. And this is what happened with the city as well, because our experience mostly about the city is concentrated with the land, about the landness, about being grounded on the land and not the water. There is sort of focus on the land portion of the city, and which actually makes sense because materially the sea is difficult to grasp. Like you cannot just be there without being drawn, for example. And compared to the sea is dynamic compared to the land, which is pretty static. and our experience with the sea is always mediated. That's actually makes, there are some truths there. There is some sort of phenomenological experience that talk to us that the sea and the city is completely two different spaces. But okay, let's put this aside. Let's put the problem aside. We will talk about it later. And here, why I want to talk about this problem of omission of the sea from planning perspectives. So the first one, terrestrial planning. Yes, I put the bracket there because planners sometimes say planning about the space, but they rarely say that actually they mean it's terrestrial planning. This is about land use, something like that. And this discipline should be understood as a reaction toward unprecedented urbanization. That's why I brought up the how urbanization shape our subjectivity when seeing the space. And here, and planning is actually, well, even though they claim to be very comprehensive, actually they are very selective. They focus on the land use, for example, and not the sea use, for example. Or they tend to be very human-centric because the reason why I focus on the land, because majority of the humanity lives there. So in doing so, they somewhat take aside non-human, for example. And we should consider also different genealogies for marine planning, which, marine planning talks, it's more a reaction about ecological, about conservation, about regulating the laws, something like that. And why planning matters here in reproducing the imaginaries of the sea and the city, because planning, they try to introduce certain understanding of the city through certain technique of analyzing the city, for example. And there's in education of planning, for example, there is ongoing reproduction about what city is, what is not a city, how we should consider the city, how we should consider the non-city space. And this is just more a technical definition about what I mean by imaginary. This is a mental ensemble of representation, meanings, normative judgment, and speculation of part of the reality. And the most of the time, imaginary is always reductive. We cannot really never grasp the whole reality. And imaginary is not everything. It's not like because imaginary stuff become possible. It's not, imaginary is not the only thing that makes things possible, but it's still an important ingredient to make things happen. So why does researching imaginaries even matter? So this is where I start. Basically, the concern is not that our everyday representation of the city, and we can talk about this, it's not that our everyday representation of the sea might be wrong in analytical terms, but rather that how the imaginaries, the way we think about the city might help structure and legitimate a social order founded on exploitation. What does that mean? So this is the research question I translate to. So I want to identify like what kind of imaginaries of the sea and the city, and how this imaginary maintain, change over time, and more importantly, so what are the consequences of the imagining? And this is some cases like I want to bring, for example, like how certain imaginaries of cities and non-cities could legitimate certain types of operation. For example, this is Ahok saying there is no more fish in Jakarta Bay. So he made such a statement because he wants to legitimate the reclamation project. And the logic behind there is no more fish because, okay, Jakarta Bay located next to the city, and the city polluted the Jakarta Bay. So therefore, there is no fish. There is sort of imagined relationship between the city and the non-city ongoing there, regardless it holds truth or not. It somewhat creates legitimation about certain type of operation. And also this is one, how the notion of the sea and the city also plays in terms of citizenship. For example, when the fishermen protesting Ahok for not for saying that there is no real fisherman in Jakarta Bay. And Ahok said, you know, like this fisherman probably is from Indramayu. This is from Tegal. You know, they are from outside Jakarta. So there's a sort of notion play there. If you are not from Jakarta, you cannot access the Jakarta Bay. Yeah, there's a sort of citizenship here. There's notion of belonging here. Who belong to the city, who not belong to the city. And this somewhat also could play in a certain type of social injustice. And also there are imaginaries about, the Kepulauan Seribu, the offshore islands north of Jakarta. It could be like the next Maldives. There are comparison here. Like it's supposed to be like a Maldives in the term of investment, apparently. You know, like we want to, the investors want to the government to deregulate the investment, the law regulation to the investment, for example. And yeah, there's also comparison with Bali, for example. And this is also, there are interesting things that, I haven't put it together, but just to tease out what kind of explanation by researching imaginaries in planning practices. For example, Kepulauan Seribu, by the National Statistic Agency, they categorize Kepulauan Seribu, like these offshore islands, as urban area. What does that mean? By these islands become an urban area, because the urban area defined by this agency as an island, an area with certain population whose work is not is non-agricultural. You know, how do we translate non-agricultural sector and an urban economy? What's the impact of this classification, for example? And also, this is probably the last slide. This is the last slide. So the government of Jakarta, they just issued sort of environmental assessment, and they identified a problem that we have been treating the offshore islands equally to the mainland island. So the settlement in the small island, the offshore island, is treated equally. It's treated in the same way as if they are located in the mainland. So there's a realization that the treatment has been different, and government of Jakarta now try to pursue a mission of a more sustainable and just development. But what does that mean? And more importantly, like what is being omitted from this kind of discussion? That's the question I'm trying to look for. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Farhan, for your fascinating presentation, and thanks for sharing your conceptual consideration at this very early stage, but also your attempts to already now trying to make sense of the imaginaries that you would find floating around in Jakarta and beyond. So please, we're looking forward to your questions and comments to Farhan's presentation. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Farhan, for a nice presentation. I totally sympathize with your findings that it's difficult to convince urban planners, policymakers to consider the sea as another spatial resource, right? I believe part of the reason is because our policymakers, our urban planners are not trained in that area. They're all trained as civil engineers, geotechnical engineers, architects. So it will be some time before we can get around to convince them to use the sea as another resource, like you use land. And just to say that we in Singapore, although we have floating stadiums, we have floating hotels, we have floating fish farms, we still have the problem of convincing the urban planners to open up their minds, right? But occasions such as this, I think, is a step in the right direction. And we should not let up in our push towards using the sea as another resource. Thank you very much.
Yes. No, we take this rather as a comment, but so if you want to react to it, it's also okay if you don't.
Yeah, I think you are true in explaining like how marine planners, they are not trained to deal with the sea. So you often find in literature sayings that when planners, they get involved with the marine planning activities, they would say, yeah, this is my first time. And even you would find many marine planners, they are not even trained as marine planners themselves. For example, they would be trained as a marine ecologist, for example. So they are concerned with the conservation, with the term of biodiversity, for example, but they don't really deal with the idea that the sea has other uses, for example. And I think, yeah, I mean, it's actually, yeah, I think it's not really, I just want to say that this is not really unique to planners. It's almost everyone's problem. I mean, it's like even you deal with the sea, you are trained to deal with the sea. You don't necessarily have the comprehensive training on dealing what happened in the sea. Yeah, that's what probably I would say. And yeah, I think this kind of initiative is an important step to moving forward. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Are there more comments? Yes, please.
That there's no fish in Jakarta Bay. It was, I mean, it's something that all of us who ever worked with fishers in some city or the other in the world, we've heard this coming from fishers as well, right? As that there's no fish anymore. We used to get abundance of cash, we don't anymore. But then, in Chennai where I work, I'm also seeing a change in that narrative from the fishers side, where there's now an insistence on the abundance, that there is now an insistence on saying, oh, we get plenty of fish. So I wonder, it's not completely, I wouldn't want to speak on their behalf. I wouldn't want to theorize from that directly, but it feels a bit like there's also a response to this idea that if they kept complaining about the lack of fish, if they kept complaining about the pollution, about the deterioration of their fishing grounds, then they would lose access to it. So I don't know if you can elaborate a bit more on that comment. Who said this? I don't know who Ahok is. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I forgot to give some context. So Ahok is the ex-governor before the current the current governor is someone, and before the someone is Anis, and before Anis is Ahok. So it's the previous ex-governors, and he said that there's no more fish in the sea. It's not because he want. I personally think it's not because he want to say that we have the problem of pollutions, but it's more about to legitimize the eviction of people living in the coastal side for the reclamation project. And actually this claim was contested by the fishermen living there, because they even come to the city hall bringing the fish. No, we got the fish, And yeah, I think this fisherman would agree with you if the number of the fish is decreasing because of the pollution. They would agree with that, but they would disagree if it means that fishery should go away in this kind of city context. That's, I think, the problem. They would agree the number of fishes is decreasing, and even worse, like Ahok, he made also a statement. The fishermen here, they didn't get the fish from Jakarta. They got it from somewhere else. They get it from Bangka. They got it from Natuna, from other islands. So, like this kind of ridiculous claim which harm people. And you often hear, like, if you went to the Kampung Aquarium yesterday, they would often repeat that the reason why we want to stay here because the place matters. Our livelihood should be based here. We cannot be placed far. And because some of people live there as a fisherman. Yeah, that's all to say.
Thank you. So I think we would have time for one more rather short question before we have to move on. Yes, Yus, please.
Yes, thank you. A quick question. I would like to hear the situation in UK or Newcastle, how the government or the people perceive the sea as a place to live. Because for us in Indonesia, the Indonesian law doesn't consider sea as a place to live, and also it is very uncertain. In one season it will be still, and other season it will be very trouble. But however, beyond the law, I think we can see the suku laut that lives 100%, I would say, on the sea, not from the sea. Thank you.
Difficult question, interesting but difficult question, because I mean, it's like if you ask the question how the British themselves see the sea, I'm personally not really sure. Like I couldn't explain as if I'm one of them, but I think there is notion about the sea being, yeah, it's like touristic area, it's for the fishery, something like that. I mean, it's like going to the sea is like it's sort of recreation activity, and I think public access to the sea is something common. I mean, it's like if you compare with Indonesia, like I think many Jakartans do not even realize if their access to Jakarta Bay is already barred, or their access to the bay is very limited. But also there is ongoing notion about the coastal area as a place to put wind energy plant, onshore, offshore energy plant. But yeah, there's an ongoing tension there about folks living in the coastal communities. But in term of system, I cannot really speak much, to be honest, but probably just give to some ideas. And yeah, and probably thing to consider is about the seasonality. The climate is completely different here. Like the idea of coastal area is always, like it's warm. It's, every year it's hot, but the coastal area in the UK probably is only accessible during if you want to touch the water. I mean, yeah, it's only the summer probably. Outside that, people probably go to the sea, but not to touch the water, just to enjoy the scenery. Yeah.
Although there are also some people that swim in the North Sea
Yeah,
the whole year.
Yeah, that's an exception.
Yes. No, thanks. I think we have to leave it here. And we would like to welcome our next speaker on this panel, who is Dr. Michael Pante from Ateneo de Manila University on the Philippines. Michael is an associate professor. Please give him a hand first. Yes. Michael is an associate professor at the Department of History, School of Social Sciences at the Ateneo de Manila University. He earned his master's degree in history again from Ateneo, and later obtained his PhD in area studies from Kyoto University. He's also the recipient of the Saliksik Kasayayan Fellowship Program to develop a compendium of Philippine history. He currently also serves as a member of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, as the editor-in-chief of Philippine Studies, Historical and Ethnographic Viewpoints, and he has authored over 20 journal papers and 10 book chapters on a variety of subjects. Michael, we are happy to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Terima kasih, Johannes, and salamat Siang. I, I am honored to be here with you. And my presentation is more historical rather than contemporary, although I will be able to show a lot of continuities between the past and the present. And so my presentation is titled A Cycle of Floods and Relocations, Metro Manila's History of Disaster-Related Settlements. Let me begin with an event that happened in November 2020. Strong rains inundated Casiglahan village. This is Casiglahan village, which is in Montalban, Rizal province, a relatively upland town adjacent to Metro Manila. This occurrence should not have been notable given the frequency of tropical storms in the Philippines. However, the site is a resettlement area for informal settlers who had been relocated there due to the supposed flood hazards in their erstwhile homes in Metro Manila. And so this situation here complicates the wet-dry dichotomy that Rapti and Johannes explained earlier in their keynote, because Montalban is supposedly inland and elevated, far from the flood-prone, low-lying esteros in downtown Manila, dry and wet. But given its vulnerability to destructive floods, clearly, how different is it really from the hazardous space of the residents' previous settlement? So this presentation focuses on forced resettlements of flood victims in Metro Manila, the capital region of the Philippines, and a key urban center severely affected by climate change. It historicizes how state response to floods became increasingly interventionist in the past century and led to a geographical reconfiguration of the metropolis and surrounding towns. While the government showed practically no coordinated action during the colonial period, it eventually flexed its muscles to the point of evicting communities in Metro Manila's flood-prone areas, especially along rivers and esteros. So esteros are inland estuaries near the coastal areas of Manila. And then relocating these households to distant sites outside the metro. So once again, the wet-dry dichotomy. Influenced by the huge potential of land as a form of capital, this trajectory reached its peak during Ferdinand Marcos's presidency, the older Marcos, the senior one, not the current Marcos, which presented resettlement as not just as a response to floods, but also a supposed preventive measure. So following the Second World War, the Philippine state sought to exhibit its capacity and authority through disaster response, even as it faced the uphill battle of reconstruction amid the Cold War. State welfare agencies sought to secure the hearts and minds of Filipinos who were supposedly exposed to left-wing ideologies due to their economic insecurities. Socioeconomic vulnerability begot political vulnerability, giving the state a bigger reason to become interventionist, which created a complex, if not unwieldy, bureaucracy. This interventionist bureaucracy, however, could not address other structural problems, such as the growth of informal settlements in Manila due to the influx of migrants escaping poverty and insurgency in nearby provinces. The representative image of that period was the barong-barong. In Manila, in the Tagalog language, we call these makeshift shelters barong-barong. And many of these barong-barong were vulnerable to flooding, both in the coastal and inland estuarial areas near the esteros. So this barong-barong, these are the makeshift houses made of scrap materials, and thousands of shelter-deprived families formed barong-barong settlements along the Pasig River, the main river of Metro Manila, and the esteros. Bereft of basic services, estero dwellers had no other way to dispose of their garbage and sewage aside from using the waterways. Meanwhile, authorities who favored automobile-dependent mobility disregarded the transport potential of esteros and saw them as mere exposed sewage that had to be filled, thereby contributing to their further deterioration and more devastating floods, such as shown in this newspaper article here. The country's chief flood control and drainage engineer back then believed that the eviction of all estero squatters was imperative because in the last 40 years, and I quote, in the last 40 years, More than 21 kilometers of estero channel have been filled up and appropriated by squatters and without sanction by government authorities. Furthermore, long sections of estero channels still existing are now reduced by squatter encroachments to very narrow widths of 2 or 3, where they were formerly more than 20 feet wide. These estero channels are fast deteriorating, and if not properly resuscitated and maintained, will ultimately disappear with disastrous results. But the results are already disastrous, especially for the dwellers. Now, even more disastrous for the dwellers are the evictions. The political elite saw the mushrooming of barong-barong settlements along esteros less as a socio-economic crisis and more of a security risk. Although Congress discussed a bill to enforce a 2-year moratorium against the forced eviction of squatters on public lands, it explicitly excluded those living along esteros who were treated as threats to social order that had to be eliminated. The problem of disaster-prone urban poor settlements was one wicked problem that even the president of the country could not lick. President Diosdado Macapagal was president of the Philippines in the 1960s, claimed that he personally knew the ordeal of inadequate housing as a quote-unquote self-supporting student in Manila who lived in a nipa house at the edge of a street in the shallow banks of the Pretil Estero. He then related the horrible conditions during the rainy season when their place reeked of the, quote, stench of human waste while the street and the ground beneath the houses was a pool of mud, unquote. Now, after Macapagal, you have Ferdinand Marcos as president. And his presidency from 1965 to 1986 represents an intensification in state-led resettlements in response to flooding, and thus a massive amplification of the pre-existing riskscape of the metropolis. Capital-intensive solutions characterized the flood control program, especially after he declared martial law in 1972. The presence of slums was perceived to be a negative factor that depressed the market value of otherwise prime land. Clearly, removing them was not really about ensuring the residents' safety, but all about the promise of capital appreciation through state intervention. The same report details the projected returns on investment in flood control projects in a 3,000-hectare expanse in Taguig, which is now a business district in Metro Manila, 15 kilometers east of Manila. And I want to quote that report. But as these areas are quite near the manufacturing firms located along the South Superhighway, market facilities like the Greater Manila Terminal Food Market, residential districts of Makati and Parañaque, subdivisions are mushrooming, and the presence of land speculators is very much in evidence. Raw or undeveloped land in the flooded areas is already selling at 30 pesos to 40 pesos per square meter. As compared to this, undeveloped lands in surrounding non-floodable areas are selling at 60 to 80 pesos and developed plots between 100 to 150 pesos per square meter. Expropriation and development costs could amount to 40 pesos and 16 pesos per square meter respectively, or a total of 56 pesos per square meter. Assuming a conservative price of 100 pesos per square meter, an average net profit of 44 per square meters could be realized. Thus, 3,000 hectares of land would yield a total net profit of 1.32 billion pesos. So the report goes on and on about the costs, but it was more of the costs that the government could gain from converting the flooded area into something that was attractive to investors rather than actually taking care of the safety of residents. Now, one of the most notable resettlement areas during the Marcos period was Sapang Palay, which is in Bulacan province, directly north of Metro Manila. A 1969 government study found that more than 55% of the people relocated to Sapang Palay have moved out of the area. So after being relocated, they move once again. And why? Mainly because there are no facilities there and there are no job opportunities. Those who remain are trying to eke out a miserable life with able-bodied males working in metropolitan Manila and going home only on weekends. Another resettlement area was in Dasmariñas, Cavite province, which is directly south of Metro Manila. Housing officials viewed relocation as inevitable because the alternative was too expensive. So once again, the calculus of spending by the state. Inevitably, the government pursued resettlement in areas that entailed the lowest expenses, such as the 234-hectare site in Dasmariñas, located 28 kilometers south of Manila, and chosen as a permanent relocation site for the estero and riverbank squatters. It cost approximately 5,000 pesos to resettle one family, and for 8,000 pesos more, the resettled family can be provided with a decent two-bedroom bungalow. Total cost, 13,000 pesos per family. Now, certainly, incidents of typhoons and floods became convenient justifications for further evictions. Reacting to a 1976 typhoon, just a few months after the creation of the Recovery Committee, the government evacuated a total of 11,000 families from the estero banks in different parts of the metropolis. And then they identified these esteros, targeted them, evicted them, and it was a tragedy, considering how the government pictured Dasmariñas as a viable community that could supposedly comfortably house 2,400 families employing asphalted and concrete roads, housing clusters, a school, hospital, clinic, and other basic community facilities. But in reality, these facilities were non-existent. Now, despite the massive intervention and dislocation caused by Marcos's flood control campaign, now I connect this with contemporary times. The so-called success of Marcos's flood control campaigns was partial at best. By the time Marcos was ousted in 1986, the highly touted infrastructure of flood control was only partially finished and yielded no significant benefit to combat floods, which even became more ferocious after his term. Certainly, the policies of the regime that led to massive deforestation in the area surrounding Metro Manila contributed to this development, including Montalban, which was highly forested during Marcos's time, but was depleted of forest resources due to his forestry logging policies. And notwithstanding these apparent changes, certain continuities connected post-Marcos administration with the dictatorship. Unfortunately, even the violence that characterized Marcos era evictions persisted. And this is my last slide. I'm about to wrap up. Corazon Aquino's presidency, the one that followed Marcos directly, saw at least 20 people killed in Manila during slum demolitions. And up to now, the current presidencies still continue on with that violent tradition. Yet relocated residents ended up and still end up battling constant flooding in the site, in many of these sites, Montalban, Dasmariñas, Sapang-Palay, such as the one in November 2020 when Typhoon Ulysses hit Montalban. The economic logic in the sad irony is that the poor infrastructure in these ill-conceived resettlement sites is but the obvious outcome of a government seeking to minimize the costs of providing housing to the most vulnerable sectors of society. So that's all. Thank you for listening. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Michael, for this thought-provoking presentation and also for challenging again some of the dichotomies that Rabni and I have tried to put into room earlier today. So again, we're happy to take your questions and comments to Michael's talk. And again, also feel free to post them in Bahasa Indonesia. Yes.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. I'm Anka from the University of Tokyo. It is a bit sad to see the situation that have been happening to the slums area or the area that is vulnerable to floods. I'm wondering, is there any initiative targeting this problem or like trying to improve the situation here?
Unfortunately, there's none, because I think the government's mentality is that as soon as the slum areas are moved from the hazardous flood-prone areas and then relocated to a distant site, for them, it's already a solution. And so that kind of thinking fails to consider the fact that many of these resettlement sites are ill-conceived, poorly equipped to handle a big community, And most importantly, these sites themselves are flood-prone areas. But for them, as soon as they can already show the statistics, these sites are already have been removed. And the big irony here is that most of the time, the resettlement happens in the context of gentrification. So they would claim that we need to remove these makeshift houses, these barong-barong, because they clog the waterways. And when they clog the waterways, it generates floods for the entire metropolis, not just their localities. But if that was the case, if these houses clog the waterways, then why do condominiums rise on those very sites? So you see there I think the faulty logic of the government.
Yeah, I really sympathize with the situation as well because we also face the same issue in Ho Chi Minh City. So one of my case studies in Ho Chi Minh cities and in the also in informal settlers, they also are facing the socioeconomic vulnerability and they have to reside in this area, and then yeah, they got the narrative being they are the people who are making it the situation worse in terms of flooding. Yeah. Thank you for interesting presentation.
Thank you for your question and your comment.
Yes, there's another question in front.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's interesting to see because resettlements have a long history in Asia, I think in general, in flood-prone cities. So I've been working also in Manila and in Jakarta, and you could easily say like story of resettlement is very similar here, forceful evictions especially. And it's sad to see that they don't learn from history, apparently. And I'm wondering, what do you think are the main reasons for continuing forceful resettlements? Because by now it is very clear that they are not successful. Either they even reinforce the problem or they just shift the problem spatially to another area of the city. So I'm wondering, I mean, they can't all be that stupid to continue. So there must be reasons for why you continue such strategies even now that they know that the history told them it's not working. So what do you think are the reasons?
I think the main reason is money. It's money on the one hand because it's the least costly way of handling the problem. The reports I cited earlier was you hear there the government making all these computations saying that if we relocated them to this place, this is how much it will cost per family. And so with that kind of logic, it becomes resettlement becomes the default action for them. And at the same time, it's also a matter of cost because as I also mentioned, usually these resettlements happen when there are real estate developments that are right there for the taking. And so you also have to figure in collusion between private capital who want to develop these prime areas for their condominiums, malls, etc. Their collusion with the government. Although there was one time in the 1970s when Marcos was still the dictator, World Bank funding was there for the taking. But the World Bank said, and this was quite out of character for the World Bank, they said that they will give, World Bank will give Marcos a loan, but if that loan would be given if he would implement an on-site program. So it happened for a few years, but when the funding ran out, it was back to the same old story. So once again, it's a matter of money for the government.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was really interesting. Very similar things happen, I think, in Indian cities. And I think I just wanted to ask you if you could comment a little bit more on the language and the narratives that are used to sort of sharpen this distinction. I mean, so for example, words like encroachers are used a lot in Indian cities. But what we also notice, and this is a second part of the question to you, is do you also see the state, in fact, doing the same thing? So for example, building on wetlands or, you know, areas abutting water, rivers or other sorts. But the language then is very different, because that is also a form of encroachment, one can argue, but because the state is doing it or supporting it, it's seen as something very different. And so the narrative is completely different. So we have cases for the same river in the same city. You have encroachments done by the state and encroachments done by, and one side is called encroachment, the other side is called reclamation, and is actually touted as a best practice, which other cities are now wanting to do because the FSI is so much sort of, they've made land basically, and so they're, minting money. So just curious about if, you can comment on the narratives and the role that the state plays in.
Yeah, thank you for that very important point. You're correct. And in Tagalog, in this one, it's not just the state, but also mainstream media reinforcing this narrative. We have a term called matigas ang ulo. Matigas means hard and ulo means head. So hard-headed, stubborn. So these informal settlers, when they resist evictions, they are being matigas ang ulo. When they build their shanties near waterways, they're being matigas ang ulo, stubborn. And it's a way of moving the blame to these informal settlers. And in fact, there was one proclamation by Marcos that effectively criminalized the squatters. The mere fact that they are there, they can be charged with a criminal offense. So despite the fact that many of these informal settlers really had no other option but to build shanties along waterways, that in itself constituted a crime. And of course, the flip side of that was that in the language of the state and in the language of private capital, mainstream media, which in the Philippines and probably in many other countries in Asia, private media in the Philippines is also controlled by the same conglomerates that handle condominiums, malls, etc. And so they regard these new developments as modernity, development. It's essentially gentrification along waterways that also cause the same level of clogging of waterways. So yes, the language is a very crucial component in ensuring that the discourse is really stacked against these informal settlement families.
Thank you very much. I think we could have one more quick questions before we move on. But if there is none, I would then thank Michael again and would like to introduce our next speaker on this panel, Ziarifa Aini Dalimunte. Please, yes, please come here and give her a hand. Thank you very much. Ziarifa is a researcher at Population and Disaster Research Group at BRIN. She focuses on disaster risk reduction and societal perceptions of nature. Currently, she's a doctoral student at Nagoya University's Graduate School of Environmental Studies. She led an Indonesian study for the British Broadcasting Corporation Media Actions Climate Asia Initiative. And she's contributed also to the European Union's Land Use Policies and Sustainable Development in Developing Countries project. So we're very much looking forward to your talk. Thank you very much.
I'd like to share my result of observations that we did as a group, as our research group, Population and in Disaster in Bali. As previous speaker talked about climate change as a threat to the coastal communities, I'd like to raise another issue which is facing by millions of Indonesians who live in coastal city, which is tsunami. Today's talk, I would like to share 5 points to discuss in the next 10 minutes. As I discussed about tsunami in Indonesia, you saw in the map here that Indonesia is an archipelagic country and surrounded by the ring of fire. At least there are 246 tsunamis in Indonesia, where 30 tsunamis occurred between 2000 to 2021 and resulting a lot of fatalities and losses across the country. The Indonesian government has already carried out tsunami mitigation undertaking in a more massive plan and systematic since the 2004 Aceh tsunami. The development of Indonesian tsunami early warning system, or INATUS, as you may heard before, started in 2005, supported by 5 donor countries, coordinated by the UNESCO, and has been become a kind of a so-called success story from Southeast Asia on how facing the challenge of tsunami in developing countries. However, no matter how advanced the INATUS system is, there are some flaws that we need to discuss, where a lot of shelters or temporary shelters built along the coastal area, but less likely able to save people's lives. This is a theory that I took from Rajiv Shah and a colleague built after the 2004 tsunami. He mentions that after the donor and international NGO exit, it is very difficult to sustain projects of such educations to low frequency of disasters. It is not unfamiliar, but that a lot of activities on reducing disaster risk, particularly facing tsunami, are reliant on technology and gray infrastructures rather than enhancing the people capacity to face the disaster itself. This is our study area. If you've been to Bali before, you will be familiar with how packed Kuta is with tourist facilities, and at least 3 million will visit Kuta, both from domestic and international tourists to the area, and more likely they are become vulnerable because they are unfamiliar with the threats that is will be facing by them when they visit the area. Although many signs are implemented in the area, but tsunami evacuation shelter or TES, we call it Indonesia TES, tsunami evacuation shelter, is a very rare to find in the area. And after the 2022 COVID pandemic, at least there are only 2, as we count in the area, there are only 2 tsunami shelters to practically help people when there are waves struck the area. This is the history of tsunami in Bali. It's happening maybe ages ago, and the some memory of people's on the how destructive the tsunami is may be gone. The destructive one is happening in the 17th century, and the latest one in 2011. The last study we had in May 2023, this year, only a few people remember what's the impact of tsunami to people's life. They only remember on how tsunami depicted in the news or in the pictures from the 2004 tsunami in Aceh or the 2018 tsunami in Banten and in Palu on Central Sulawesi. So it's very difficult for them to imagine what is if tsunami happen. What if tsunami happen in the area and how to save lives? Thus, the local government tried to build this tsunami evacuation shelter. The almost 25 meters tall building built just 5 meters from the coastal lines. Practically, it won't save peoples, but for the sake of attracting people to visit the area, the local government tried to put these 2 god statue. It's Baruna and Arjuna. In Balinese spiritual belief, it's part of God who's protecting people from the sea. So these 2 god is imagined by the local government, particularly Kuta village government, will save people's life and will will recall people's memory of how people will save by tsunami if they go to the shelter by putting these two iconic symbol. But the problem is these two iconic symbol actually is very dangerous if tsunami hit the area, because the wave will struck the statue and will cause another trouble if uh, the the disaster happened. Basically, when 7 magnitude earthquake hit the area, it won't survive. There is a challenge or there is a contradictory on how the government wants the statute to call for memory of tsunami and how the people wants to have a awareness on tsunami. From people's perspective, as we talked with them, it's not needed to put a statue. It is more on how to educate them or how to raise their awareness on how to create social cohesions among them to create a more resilient community when disaster struck, rather than putting a lot of symbols here and there. But the government saw that because this is a touristic area, these two statues will become an iconic symbol and help people who's not familiar with the challenge of when tsunami struck will know where to go when they need to save their lives. Again, these two symbols that is putting on top of these two, the only two, basically, the only two evacuation shelter is part of the interactions between the government and the scientists rather than the community. So there, as we talk to them, there is no dialogue between what the community wants and what the government aims to. So as we saw here, the formation of disaster memory in the research area are built upon 3 pillars in general. There are knowledge, information, and individual knowledge are neglected. Within the 3 pillars, these two are too strong, the knowledge and information for the expert, while individual knowledge and community expectations are neglected. And there's too strong influence as well on how top-down mechanism encourage actionable knowledge without respecting the social and then the situations of the area. So during the disaster event, even though there's a regulation on how individual and collective experience has to enhance, there with these two symbols, those individual and collective experience are weakened by the current act by the local government. So there is an active of forgetting and active of remembering that is contradictory in the area. Active of remembering is by the individual, but for collective action, there is no active remembering because they thought that is already taken by the central government, providing them some shelters to save their life, while the central government never heard of what the community wants to have in expressing their memory of tsunami itself. It leads to neglecting the other options in mitigating and post-disaster development and preparedness, and it will decrease people's awareness in the future. People have repeatedly experienced damage by huge disaster again and again in Indonesia. But again, what the top-down mechanism introduced is gray infrastructures rather than increasing awareness from below. Tsunami statue or tsunami memorial poles, indeed, in many countries, for example, in Japan and Chile, has prevent disaster memories, actually. But as it is prescribed by the international donors, it is prescribed by another agreement that is been signed by Indonesia. These poles become a token of how government care about the memory within the local community. So without further ado, this is an act of how the government able to create another weakness. If there is a in Indonesia, we introduce the Desa Tangguh Bencana, for example, or the disaster resilience village. But with this kind of symbol, it leaves people left behind, because infrastructures, again, that is have a very weak relations to increasing people resilience, are built and then become the government priority, and it is creating people's less belief or less trust to the government when it becomes to delivering when they want to become they want to deliver their the idea. So what's the implications of making this kind of or not making, but what's the implications of forcing this kind of symbols? Actually, it is a functional memory that has been forced. What is happening in Bali, and the loss of witness of growing populations are also neglected in the area, because in the Kuta area where tourism become the focus, the migrants are coming. With this kind of statue, it's just become a symbol rather than increasing people awareness. But however, we have to believe that memory anchors impact future generations, and with a strong memory built rather than icon or symbols, it will save people lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siarifa, for adding this fascinating aspect of a very well active design or attempt to actively design disaster memories. That was really very interesting, and I'm sure it provoked some questions and comments. Yes, yeah, there's one. Yeah, Annie.
Yeah, just while the audience are just still thinking about their questions. So thank you very much for your presentation. I just feel quite concerning situation in regarding tsunami preparedness in this area. So I was wondering, how about the community preparedness or any initiative for the how to say, like, build or keep the memories of a disaster? For example, any evacuation drills? Is there any kind of like a local study group about learning about a previous disaster, or just spreading the knowledge within the community, or between the people inside the community? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So, as we observe in Kuta, particularly in our research area, where most of the populations, or like 80% population, are tourists and migrant rather than the local, the idea of having tsunami in the area is a very difficult to imagine by them. There are two things. The first one is a gap of memory, because the last biggest tsunami is in the 17th century, and the um, more likely tsunami is 2011. So it's very difficult for them to imagine. But the second problem is not only the memory. The problem is the belief. It is for Balinese. We have Balinese here. Maybe I can help my answer. But as we observe and we discuss with them, it is it's not prohibited, but they are not familiar to talk about a risk and disaster. So they are trying to avoid them, and that's kind of challenge too, actually, when we talk about raising awareness and talk to them about how to create a more resilient society. It is quite a challenge, although it's a good thing because they believe if they act a good towards the God, they will be less likely they will be struck by the disaster. But for uh, the educations of or raising awareness, that's become a challenge. It's quite an active group, and Kuta and Benoa is one of the pilot project for Desa Tanggap Tsunami, or the tsunami ready village. Yeah, but it's quite challenging to introduce this kind of idea of raising awareness, talking about the risk.
Thank you. I think Chitra had a question as well.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks for your talk. So I'm just curious because you said that most of the people in these locations are tourists. So there is no memory as such, right, of the event. And so if there is no memory or experience, like there might be a lot of people who just simply don't know what the, and so much of the disaster management seems to hinge on recognition, recognizing an icon. And those things may not necessarily, like maybe they work, but maybe may not necessarily work. So how does the disaster preparedness straddle those two communities, the ones that have the experience and the ones that are absolutely unfamiliar? So what happens to the ones who are absolutely unfamiliar and might just be staying there for, say, a week?
Yeah, thank you. In the case of the touristic area where people come and go, like most likely they will stay only for a week. The case actually very interesting, as I present before. The agent or the actors who introduced this shelter with the iconic statue is a village, a government. They are the native. They are having a strong bond with the environment. But the problem is the populations in the area are mostly migrant and tourists. So it's contradictory. For the migrant who live there and they work for the hotel, they work as a restaurant owner, for example. They think that it is not necessary to have this kind of shelter with the iconic statue. What they need is the informations and have loud sirens along the coastline. But the local government who introduced this project thinks that all activities related to disaster has to have something to do or has to be related with the spiritual belief. So it's contradictory. In one hand, iconic. In another hand, they need quick information or early warning. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Rapti also had a question.
No, thanks for the talk. I was intrigued when you began by saying that the twos was seen as a success, and I was wondering from whose perspective, given the number of deaths, post 2018, Sunda Straits and so forth, and sort of to push that question further, could you then think about the memorialization of, in some ways, public mistrust with respect to technologies and the failure of this massive almost $1 billion project with this Indian Ocean tsunami early warning system that was materialized also as a collaboration between the German state and Indonesia, within very politicized contexts. So thanks.
Thank you, Rapti, for your questions. The first point, who's claimed the success, Actually, the tsunami early warning system in Indonesia, it has uh, uh, a lot of progress if we took the milestone from 2004. By 2004 with the Indian Ocean tsunami, the Aceh tsunami, there's no early warning at all. But after 2004, the several tsunami has shows by this time, by this success means the early warning, it shows some progress compared to before. But again, there's the it creates a dependency to technology. Actually, the early warning stuff. It shows in the 2018 tsunami in Palu or Central Sulawesi, the tsunami, liquefactions and earthquake at the same time, and the siren has gone off, and the telecommunication or SMS warning that should be gone to the people's cell phone are died, and there's no communications at all. Then the reliance on technology has created a failure, and it creates more and more fatalities and losses. That's why in case of Bali, the local government, or in this case the BPBD or the disaster management at the provincial level, try to create a more localized early warning. So it push another uh, um, idea from the locals rather than keep rely on the top-down level. For Inatius, for example, that has been developed with Germany, it's a top-down mechanism. But in Bali, as we talk with the local level government, they said it needs a lot more creative aspect on the early warning. So yeah, they create their own Bali tsunami early warning, although it's not been recognized at the national level, but it works at the provincial level in Bali. At least they have 9 sirens along the southern coast of Bali. That's what they need, and it's been tested during the G20 event last year.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. I think we have to move on to our to our last speaker on this panel. But first, thanks a lot, Sirifa. So then I would like to call Nirandana Ramesh to the stage. Please give her a hand, everyone. And Nirandana is an urban geographer interested in the social and material life of water in cities. Her most recent project is concerned with coastal Chennai and how its inhabitants, primarily fishers, contend with environmental change. She's currently putting together a coastal community cookbook in collaboration with fishers in Tanah. We're looking forward to your talk.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the presentations. Okay, thank you. So hello, so I'm Niranjana, like he introduced, and this place that you see on the screen, it's called Ennur. It's the northernmost settlement in Chennai, and I'm calling it ambiguously settlement because of reasons very similar to what Farhan was talking about earlier in his talk on, you know, the contradictions or the binaries between the city and the country. The city and the countryside, or the city and villages, the city and fishers, and so on and so forth. The reason is because this place is often referred to as a village in, you know, in everyday talk. In Chennai, I prefer to call it a town because I think, you know, it's a big city, and Chennai, I think, is composed of many smaller towns, and this is one of them. It's predominantly a fishing town, as you can probably see from the picture there. It is the boats that you see parked there are parked on the estuary of one of Chennai's 3 major rivers. This river is called the Kosastalayar. It is the northernmost river in Chennai, and it sort of forms almost, you know, the northern border of the city of Chennai, or the incorporated city of Chennai. There's, like many other Asian cities, of course, Chennai extends beyond these, you know, incorporated borders, but this is the most recently incorporated, or this is properly the part of the corporation of city of Chennai. this would be the northernmost town in the city. There were many reasons for me to base my study on coastal ecologies and environmental change in this part of the city. As I said, it is the location of the Kosastalaya River estuary, which is a crucial estuary for the entire city of Chennai because it basically it's actually the largest river in Chennai of the three rivers, although it is not very visible because it is located in this northern edge in a heavily industrial part of Chennai. I don't know if it's obvious from the picture there, but I thought this picture was also something because I was familiar with the landscape. For me, it's highly obvious that this water is in fact highly polluted. The shimmering look that I don't know if it's obvious from this picture, if you can see it there, that actually comes from heavy industrial effluent that's constantly mixed in this water. There's a thermal power plant in this area. There's fertilizer factories, pharmaceutical factories. There are two big container ports. So needless to say, this is a heavily industrial area and hence also a heavily polluted area. But despite all of this pollution, despite all of this deterioration of the waterways in this area, it's also a place where there is consistent and predominantly fishing activity. So unlike the rest of Chennai, where there are fishers who reside along the entire coastline of Chennai, but they are often only at the coastline. They're at the edges, literally, of the city. However, in Ennore, Ennore is almost entirely a fishing town. So Ennore actually means 8 towns. So and all 8 are fishing towns. Each town practices a slightly different type of fishing, and so on and so forth. So this is why I had decided to be here. I spent quite a few months, nearly a year, in this town at various times in the last few years. However, interestingly, there was a right to information request that was submitted by environmental activists in the city of Chennai in 2017, where it was revealed that in official maps issued by the state, official planning maps of the state, this river actually did not appear at all, or this river estuary did not appear at all. It had simply just disappeared from the state maps. So the environmental activists who often work very closely with the fishermen, they used to joke quite often when I was there that, this is clearly it's here. We go fish in it every day. We maintain it all the time, even though it's being polluted. We go in there, we dredge the river. We in fact hire earth movers sometimes to take out the sand that gets, accreted on the river. So just when the state officials came, the river must have somehow disappeared. It must have gone into hiding because it doesn't appear in state maps. This technology of drawing maps, drawing lines that demarcate sea from land, water from land, sea from the shore, habitability from inhabitability, uninhabitability. All of this is not something entirely new, of course. The stark case of the disappearance of an estuary might seem shocking, but of course this happens all the time in any map that we draw, really. So the first map that you see on the left, where there's like a neat outline of the city of Chennai, obviously that's not been consistent, that shoreline. It has changed over the years due to construction of port projects and so on and so forth, but also due to constant environmental change, constant currents of not only water but also sand along the coastline, right? So these are just various maps of the very same estuary taken from various angles, taken at various levels of focus. So don't worry about reading the maps too closely as such. But the idea is that these kinds of maps are constantly drawn in as a way of also demarcating what is considered the proper city from what is considered the city that shouldn't be inhabited, or what is considered the city that is improperly inhabited or inadequately inhabited. And these often happen to be spaces where the fishers and several other forms of people who live with water in many other ways. They could be foragers, they could be boatmen, and so on and so forth. These also happen to be the spaces where these people live in the city. As the quote is not up there, but a colleague of mine called Bhavani Raman, she writes in this very evocative piece in The Wire that before a landscape dies, it vanishes from memory. And we've had talks on memory here. So this way of representation, where if you don't live in that area, all you see is what is on the map. So, and then it vanishes from memory if you don't see this estuary on the map anymore. As I said, because it was a very heavily polluted area, of course, you know, when there was a lot of activism around it, when there was a lot of challenge to the state about the kind of pollution that was illegal pollution that was happening in these waters, that is when this, you know, this map with the creek, the estuary having disappeared also came up. So it was quite a neat kind of a maneuver, as it were, that if there is no estuary to speak of, then there is no pollution in it, of course. These are photos from the southern parts of the city. So I said that Ennore is the northernmost edge. These are photos from the southern part of the city. As you can see, these are also highly watery spaces, right? Like many other coastal low-lying cities, Chennai is a highly watery city. It is filled with various kinds of water bodies, you know, often related to the river estuaries and marshlands, but also other forms of agrarian ponds and lakes that were constructed before, you know, it became a city, or before it was incorporated into the city. So the map you see on the right is the official, you know, the Chennai metropolitan area water bodies map. Not all of these water bodies are on the surface. Many of them have been built over, many of them have gone underground, many of them are seasonal water bodies. So it's not that it is specifically the North Chennai water bodies, or it is not specifically the wateriness of North Chennai that makes it this kind of vulnerable polluted space. All of the city is in fact watery. So the pictures you see on the left are of, you know, new real estate developments, plots, as they're called in Indian cities, that have been laid out in these very watery, marshy areas. There's even an IT park that's coming up there, as you can see, an information technology park, or just an office space that's coming up over a marshland. So this is it's not so much a case of the wateriness itself determining what kind of spaces are marginalized and polluted in the city. There is, of course, a social geography to also why North Chennai happens to be the space which is considered improperly inhabitable, or a space where the maps are maneuverable to fit these kinds of you know, states' post-colonial desires of development. So South Chennai historically has been just to very quickly give a context, that South Chennai has historically been more affluent, inhabited by more upper castes in Chennai and more dominant castes in Chennai, whereas North Chennai has historically been an industrial area and hence inhabited by lowered castes and oppressed castes and working castes. So that's what also informs some of these, you know, how the social geography of the city in fact manipulates the watery geography of the city, or the material geography of the city. So this, for some reason, is the habitable city, whereas the northern part of the city is often considered polluted and industrial and so on and so forth. So this brings me to the question of, you know, this is a board which is placed further north of Ennore, which says in order to mitigate the impact of tides, it's don't draw groundwater, essentially. I won't go into the details. So it's a very convenient board that's kept on, in fact, you know, what is not really a government land, which is in fact common lands. They are often also, you know, marshy, watery lands. At this particular time of the year, they happen to be dry. So coastal oceanic space is often a space that's almost constructed like a frontier. So it's usually unpropertied, yet subject to state control in specific ways. It's seemingly vulnerable to environmental and geopolitical risks, yet harboring resources which the state and other forms of authority want to use in the most efficient, optimal way possible. So drawing on Gurrani and Dasgupta's idea of a frontier space, which they're not talking about coastal spaces here, but it seems to apply here. They talk about it as a place full of potential, but also of perils. It is a space, as Steinberg says, that both reminds society of its limits and that suggests that these limits can be transited. But the question I want to raise here is, it's a potential for whom and a peril for whom, right? So if it's a space that's full of potential as well as of peril, it is a potential for whom and a peril for whom. The limit here, is it solely a natural limit? Steinberg's article seems to suggest that it is in fact a natural limit that we are talking about here, but there are also it's also a social limit that the state in fact identifies, or any dominant form of development identifies, because if it's an area that's predominantly inhabited by fishers, then that becomes a limit for the kind of aspirational developments that a city like Chennai is really heading towards. So these are the two questions I'm, working with. And based on this, some of the, the main things that I want to discuss here are that oceanic waters, whereas there is this constant attempt to draw a line, as this is land and this is water, this is habitable, this is not, this is state property and this should be private property. There is really no room for commons in this kind of binary. Whereas oceanic waters, if you really look at it, they are in fact deeply connected to the terrestrial, right? As we're all probably familiar. So the picture in the middle is the iconic Marina Beach in Chennai. I know Marina Beach sounds like a tautology, but that is the colonial era beach. It was constructed as a beach because it was not a naturally formed beach in the sense of, those wide sands did not just appear there. The northern end of the beach is in fact the Chennai port, the first, the initially constructed colonial era Chennai port, which is not, as relevant as the North Chennai port anymore. But when this port was constructed, basically it set off a series of sand accretion and sand erosion movements, which made this into this iconic, large white sand beach. So the Marina Beach itself is in fact an outcome of this material interaction between the terrestrial and the sea. So it's not that, we've been talking about how planners look at the sea, and not, even if they're not looking at the sea directly, there is a way in which the sea ends up interacting with the city, or a way in which the city ends up shaping the sea and its shore. The picture that you see on the left is the marshland that I showed you before, where the houses were being constructed. But the marshland, as you can see, I don't know if it's clear from that map, it's not a marshland that just sits in the land. It connects to the ocean through a particular formation, which in Tamil is called a maduvil. I wouldn't be able to tell you the English name for that. But this is the way in which, the sea and the marshland also ends up interacting. And the one on the rightmost is the picture of that marshland itself. As you can see, it would not be obvious that it is connected to the sea, that it is in fact a marshland that gets its wetness and contributes to the wetness of the area from the sea. But that's how this particular marshland ends up working. So materially speaking, that oceanic waters are deeply connected to the terrestrial is one of the ideas that I want to put forth here. The other one is that this is also a space that is socio-materially speaking inhabited in a I don't have time to dwell too much into cosmopolitics here right now. But what you look at here are, again, in this highly polluted waters that I showed you before, you see that there is a prawn fishing net that's been set up. And it's not a lone net at all. This is constant work for thousands of people who live in the city of Ennore. And through this, act of fishing, through this act of very small scale artisanal fishing, in fact, that is connected to the sea and through the, terrestrial and oceanic waters, there is seafood that comes into the city. And in this way, there is a connection that is constantly circulated between the city and the sea as well. And these are acts of foraging and, canal side navigations that I was talking about before. So these spaces, because they are connected because the sea is connected terrestrially so deeply, it's not just materially that it is connected to the terrestrial, it's also connected through human and non-human lives, as you can see in these pictures. And this is what I put forth as a cosmopolitical inhabitation of this space. I would like to wrap up by referring to, some ideas of urbanism that have been propagated around waterways. So Karen Coelho, in writing about the city of Chennai itself, she identifies these waterways as intra-urban peripheries, They are intra-urban peripheries in the sense that, you know, they are sites of improper inhabitation. Under contemporary environmental governmentalities, that is even more so. These are also spaces where, you know, they are spaces which become then frontiers, targets for states to then, you know, cite their development projects. However, if you look at these sites not just as, you know, spaces of dead nature, they are spaces of death and life of nature, as Radmacher and Sivaramakrishnan say. They are also spaces which offer some kind of challenge to dominant forms of urbanization, because these material waters are not going away. Even if you reclaim land from water, as it were, the water has to go somewhere. It's not going to just disappear, even if you disappear it in maps. So materially speaking, as well as in terms of the kind of diverse lives that are lived in these spaces, they're never going to be brought into the logics of, you know, development and urban placemaking, state making fully. So in that sense, they offer a kind of destabilization of the center. They offer a radical alterity, which I think is important to the cities. And we can talk more about that if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Girandana, for further working on disentangling or blurring the boundary between the wet and the dry in your talk. So again, we have time for a couple of questions, and I'm seeing Chitra here again. Yes.
Thank you for that really rich talk. One of the slides that you showed had that board, right? And it's do not take water from groundwater from near the, and I imagine that that's fresh water that they're talking about. Or yeah, so that's one of the things that I wanted to ask was, how does water become sensible in terms of its like different categories of like fresh versus brackish versus saline? And just as you know, you're talking about the ocean very evocatively, you said that the ocean does interact with the land. I'm wondering, where do these kinds of categories of water interact, not just maybe ecologically, but also in terms of like how the state might think of it as water. And so I'm just curious, and I'd love to hear more.
Hello? Yeah. Sorry, I switched it off. Thank you for that, because yeah, that's actually one of the points I would have liked to talk about as well. That, yeah, I know I say that there is this fluidity between land and water and so on and so forth, but that's not to completely do away with categories, because there is in fact a balance that exists as it is, or that should exist as it is, between what is fresh water, what is brackish water, and what is seawater. Because without that, you know, and that's precisely those kinds of how do I say, not demarcations exactly, but that balance that these spaces like these estuaries are expected to maintain, right? Because these canals and estuaries, they act as sort of buffers between the sea, or the marshlands, they act as buffers between the sea and what should be protected freshwater underground or on the surface. Whereas if you end up destroying these water bodies that are on the shore, that are seen as waste because they are neither seawater nor, you know, fresh water, which are valued by the state, then that means that you're going to end up losing the fresh water as well. That is soon going to become brackish because of seawater incursion into the land as well. So yes, I think, you know, the idea of what is fresh water and what is seawater. Yes, the state recognizes fresh water. It is one of the few forms of water that is valued for its, you know, because it is required for supply to the city. However, when you think of brackish water as essentially a waste, it means that you're probably going to end up losing access to that fresh water as well. So it's not that the fluidity means that there are no categories. There are categories, of course, but where the state chooses to draw this demarcating line is what really becomes significant here, what really becomes of interest here.
Thank you. Farhan, I think you had a question.
Yeah, so I was struck with the word of cosmopolitical. Yeah, could you please expand on that? Because I just realized this word of cosmopolitical probably has a different meaning from, you know, cosmopolitan, for example, like which has a connotation of, you know, the citizen of the world. But, you know, like citizen is about human. And I don't know, like I feel probably, yeah, from your explanation, there is more than human connotation. It's cosmopolitical. Could you please expand on that? Because probably I didn't really follow your explanation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I did used to say cosmopolitan because I think cosmopolitan is, I think it's equally important to reclaim the idea of cosmopolitan from not just being a citizen of the world in the sense of, you know, being able to live anywhere in the world, spatially speaking, but also in terms of the kind of diversity of life that you are able to live in one space, right? And so cosmopolitan was the word that I have been using for a while, but I've just started dipping into this idea of cosmopolitical theory, which comes from for me at least, it comes from a scholar called Isabel Stengers, and they're talking about what you know, the phrase that drew me to it is called ecology of practice. So a way of living or way of living in the world. Again, you know, to me, that's actually sounds quite close to cosmopolitan. However, it is also a conscious politics of, to me at least, existing in the world in a way that actually that actually appreciates this diversity of life, that actually appreciates this, you know, lack of dualisms, and it is a way of pushing, you know, the limits of what we consider to be, you know, actual categories. This is how I understand it in a very simple way, without, you know, going into the theory itself. But I do know that there's a cosmopolitics expert in the room, so I can leave it to them if they would like to elaborate further on that.
Thanks a lot. So are there any other questions or comments? Yes, here's one more, probably the final one.
Thanks, Niranjana, for that lovely presentation. I was just curious about, you talked a lot about this idea of the ocean and seas and different kinds of waters are so connected to the terrestrial. And I'm just curious about how different publics in the city actually see that and what kind of meaning water has. And largely that's in the modern sense. In the contemporary, one sees that wetlands of different sorts, waterways, are typically associated with waste, or maybe some form of crisis like flooding or something like that. But so curious about beyond these, do you see any other kinds of imaginings? Are they largely to do with the past, or also are they carried forward in new sort of acts of futuring or imaginations that present us with some ways of going into the future? I'm struggling with this myself in Mumbai, so that's the reason also I'm asking.
Thank you, Lalita. I don't know if it's a bias that I have because I have been working on this and been constantly interacting with people about this, but I'm slightly hopeful about the kind of relationships that people seem to be building with water in the city. And when I say people, they may not necessarily be people who have, you know, who will end up having a say in how things actually pan out. They mentioned the cookbook in the introduction, and I've also been talking about you know, seafood as a way that connects, you know, water to the city. And this is one of the things that I am trying to push, and I should say that I'm happily finding out that a lot of people already seem to have this connection to water through seafood in Chennai, at least. A lot of and again, a bit of context, Chennai has seen a lot of migration from the Tamil hinterland in the last, say, 20 years or 25 years, and a lot of these people are avid fish eaters, right? Unlike the traditional population of Chennai, which of certain parts of Chennai, which used to be, you know, heavily upper caste and vegetarian and so on and so forth. But a majority of the city is heavily connected to, is quite interested in the seafood offerings of the city. And this is one way in which I am, through this cookbook, and many others are fishers themselves, are in fact trying to not exactly spread awareness, but to sort of bring people closer to the water in the city. So this is, I mean, this is not the only imagination that people might have of water in the city, but this is a very, in a very layman way, you know, not in the activist circle, not in the fisher circle, a way for people to connect with water. This is a particular kind of imagination of water. And I think because of the floods that the city has seen in recent years, there was a massive one in 2015, and then a slightly smaller one in 2017. And now it's become a constant joke every couple of years whenever there is the northeast monsoon and Chennai is going to flood. So because of these reasons, I think it's not really an in-depth understanding, but there is at least a recognition of how even marshes are a part of the city. But that does not mean, you know, there aren't plots being laid. That does not mean people aren't buying plots and buying apartments which are built directly on these marshes. Or it's not that, I mean, if you're a renter, then even more so, you're not going to get to choose. Oh, I'm not going to rent a flat that's built on a marshland. But beyond that, I think there is other ways of engaging with water in the city that are happening. Birding, for example, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we're given the time. We have to close the session, and it's a pity because it has been exciting. Maybe just to end it, I would like to make 3 points that kind of came out as connective factors throughout your 4 presentations. First, I think we've seen that the importance of representation and symbols has been quite outstanding in all all 4 presentations, be it through maps, be it through buildings, be it through language, or be it also through the non-representation, for example, of coastal spaces, as you've shown. A second point that I found quite outstanding was that the establishment of continuities from the history to the past and to the present, and maybe then also further on to the future, also disrupting those continuities are highly political acts, obviously, that come also with a lot of power questions. And finally, I think the question of informality or the rendering of informality stood out as a category that seems to be crucial for all 4 of us. So with this, I would like to close the session, give a big thank again to the 4 of you, and look forward to continuing discussions in the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johannes Herberg, for moderating this panel session. And thank you to all panelists for the wonderful presentation. We would like to present an appreciation plaque to Dr. Johannes Herberg as moderator and certificates to all the panelists. Tri Astuti Handayani, MSE, Coordinator of Applied Research Institute, Center of Strategic and Global Studies, School of Strategic and Global Studies. Please welcome to the stage to present the plaques and certificates. Okay. To all the panelists, please come back to the stage. Let's take a picture for the first panelist session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 minutes short break and then we will continue to the second panel. Thank you. Researcher at the Research Center for Population Brain. She currently leading a research cluster on population and disaster studies. Her research interests range from adaptation to climate change, transformative adaptation in cities, disaster risk reduction, and community resiliences. Please welcome Dr. Gusti Ayu Ketut Surtiarti.
Already have new spirit to continue our session. This is the end of today. Actually, this will be very exciting because the topic is also excited for all of us. We already actually have 4 panelists for this session, but unfortunately, one of them could not present. Dr. Laura is in London. Currently, she has COVID. Hopefully, she will cover very soon. So I will introduce 3 panelists for today. First, Mr. Haratua Zosran is independent researcher based in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. So through his fieldwork in Kampung Timbul Sloko Demak, Central Java, his personal encounter with the corporeality of sea level rise has brought him to Merleau-Ponty phenomenology. This is very interesting, and has since grown into a close inspection of the discipline and doing anthropology of the senses and body. From his research, he currently working on publishing a peer-reviewed article with his friend and professor. These days, he's doing fieldwork in Temon District, Kulon Progo Regency, Special Region of Yogyakarta, and preparing a multisensory installation for Festival Kebudayaan Yogyakarta at the end of September. Hopefully, we can also see that. And now I will please you come to in front and then present. He will present about toward a cosmological climate change, listening to loss in Timbul Sloko. Please, Mr. I think you will also have 15 minutes maximum time for presentation.
Check. Good afternoon, salam sejahtera. First, I would like to express my appreciation to the DFG BlueUrban project for making this conference a possibility. Also to my fellow panels, Dr. Kamath and Marco. I'm eager to learn from you all. A bit sidetracked, the last time I met Marco was at an online class during the pandemic, where he shared his own preliminary on the amphibious penjaringan community, exclusion from water infrastructure. I recalled asking a question as a student using the word resilience, of which Marco expressed his refusal to settle on the exercise of such a word. What the question was, I do not really remember. However, since his refrain has turned inward, of which I myself have come to return the feeling. When going over the conference theme, I can help but draw a parallel between resilience and adaptation, as these terms become all too familiar to the people of Kampung Timbul Sloko, Demak Regency, the locus of my fieldwork. As tidal floods turn and return perpetually to sea, these words began to take form in mangrove reforestation, breakwaters implementation, as well as initiatives and incentives for seafood SMEs by government and non-government alike, both local and international, which none either in effect nor sustained. But also in rhetorics and jargon, as bureaucrats make nice the condition to visitors of the kampung. Today, seawater has risen 130 centimeters from the lowest tide point, yet another 100 to the bottom, displacing many neighbors out of the kampung, leaving those economically disadvantaged to raise their houses and roads using wooden planks. All the while, the reclamation of Tanjung Mas in the adjacent Semarang city and the construction of the Demak-Semarang Seawall toll road, deemed by environmentalists as cause, let alone solution, continue. For years, the people of Timbul Sloko have become subject to such programs, which frame them as victims as much as key actors. My research rethinks these impositions, for it paints injustices, as Frantz Fanon professed, involving twofold, material and epistemological. Answering the call for unlearning contemporary meanings, sensibilities, and practices, for me, means breaking away from stories about adapting, coping, and being resilient. By going over what is lost and what is still had, and the way they correspond to situated vernacular ways of knowing and being, as my interlocutors do in a sinking ecology. Consequentially logical, more than oft, nostalgia is paralleled or paired with the notion of loss. It is inevitable for one who does fieldwork in Timbul Sloko to be taken along on the retellings of the kampung's idyllic green and fertile landscape of the past, even from the simplest of barge hangouts. Recounted pridefully through the phrase, Gemah ripah loh jinawi, meaning open and tranquil, affluent and aplenty, one cannot help but map the water before it became what were yards, gardens, paddy fields, and playgrounds. Being witness to the daily experiences of my interlocutors, loss rather breaks away from Western notion of nostalgia towards an inward endo-nostalgia, one that is particularly audial. To this, I turn toward the concept of acoustemology, a portmanteau word between acoustic and epistemology, introduced by Stephen Feld to foreground the feelingful dimension of sonic experience as a way of knowing and being in the environment. Entering the kampung is to listen to the unavoidable music blasting out of wooden-cut sound boxes from two houses opposing each other, Bolot in the north and Masyuri in the south. Intermittent, or rather figuring these, are relays of the Adan, Kari recordings, and khutbah from musholas and mosque loudspeakers. These everyday resoundings inform the longing for rame, a concept used to define a lively condition as well as the abundance of an intermix between sounds. These make up the Japanese aesthetic ideal as evoked in life cycle ritual celebrations. By eliciting these recordings to my interlocutors, rather than the loss that is material per se, my interlocutors lean towards one that is socio-ecological. This means loss of neighbors, of families, and of being able to do things in the front yards with them. What is gone is not only the relationship of which sustenance came from these spaces, but also the communally defined places previously occupied with affective presence. Blasting out music and relaying the adan is a collective way of listening, hence of being and knowing in the same locality and condition. For sounds travel through the water and echo from one abandoned house to another. My interlocutors confer a clear answer to which these sounds are preferable to the quiet otherwise engulfing. To the gossip or quarrel that comes as the consequence of certain sounds being too loud or maybe being too annoying for some, a sense of community is rather forged. This includes, to the extent of my focus, cockfighting, hanging out, or just talking in general, from everyday events to the condition of the kampung itself. It needs to be noted that donations to the kampung more than often are source of skepticism, hence discourse. So when music, concerns, and aspirations are sounded and voiced out, thus community making and remaking occur. However, only listening is not enough. The body longs for the presence of others, hence the gathering of people, doing or rather celebrating the same thing in the same place. Mbah Ngatonah at the western edge of the kampung confessed her fondness of listening to dangdut music, be it from TV or from performances heard all the way to her house from neighboring villages. When asked if it would make any difference if she merely listened to the music instead, she disagreed, preferring to attend so she could see people and be surrounded by them. Her story evokes a practice of listening, one that is synesthetically phenomenological. Being present is the primary condition to which these sentiments of loss can be quenched, nostalgia can be transduced, and rame can be attained. As such, evident in life cycle ritual celebrations like weddings and circumcisions. Involving many neighbors and families, from preparation to the celebration itself, invites people, hence bodies from in and out of the kampung to attend. Submerged in the fast-paced and motley dangdut koplo music, the dynamics of bodily engagement in dancing, tipping the singer, sometimes accompanied by drinking, dangdut performances in such celebrations become the assemblage through which rame is attained. So rather than irrevocable, loss is thus evoked and revoked every day through sensory perception and body presence. To conclude, I am reminded of a vignette by Farhana Sultana on her reckoning of climate coloniality as conveyed. Do we always have to pretend to be resilient, show how we've overcome difficulties, displayed positive sides to our humanity, showcase our vitality, make nice? When do our complex realities and emotions matter beyond positive spins of strength and resilience? This presentation does not seek to answer strategically the question of what's next. Some might even disregard mine, the story that I have just told you, as irrational, maybe. However, it is not to obscure the desire for a better condition. Future imaginings coveted as much as recognition leads to reckoning and sovereignty. To this notion, I seek to overcome the non-rational, as important as strategic adaptation and resilience, the very same coupling made by UNFCCC as we would often encounter belonging under the rubric of sustainable development. By bringing forth how the past, as much as the future, is represented in the present, I simply invite us, in the same breath as Anna Singh, to look around before looking ahead. For how else should building for a better future take place if the present is not yet acknowledged in its visceral and quotidian form? By affirming other forms of subjectivity, the lost and damaged, but also the agency and resistance, I believe we are able to transform worlds in ways that provide security. This means both the very epistemic practice of climate change and the ontological debate of what it means to be human in such condition. The case of Timbul Soko entails a recognition that better worlds are never entirely determined by human rational agency. Forging inclusive imaginations of climate futures thus demands the very courage and humility to understand and then cultivate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very impressive presentation. I think we will have a lot of questions from this presentation. I will let please.
Beautiful presentation. Thank you for bringing the color into this conference. Not really color, but it's visual. I should say something more. Yeah. And my question is, when you quote about the refusal to be called as resilience, I think it's a recurring theme in at least in the Western world. But I was wondering how your interlocutors or people there, they express the notion of resilience, because I think even in Indonesians, we struggle to translate resilience. Some people would prefer ketahanan, but some people would prefer ketangguhan. For example, there are different words to translate resilience. So I was wondering what kind of expression used by the people to express whether it's like affirming or whether it's like refusing of being resilient. Could you please expand on that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think you could that.
Check. Thank you, Farhan. In my experience of doing field work with people of Kampung Timbul Seloko, it is clear that the word resilience itself, or maybe in the words of an Indonesian, bertahan, ketahanan, itself is a really politically embedded word, because for about 10 years since the first NGO come to Kampung Timbul Seloko, these words began to develop into the everyday vocabulary of the people of Kampung Timbul Seloko, which does not really translate to the of what I heard, of how they attest to the situation, of how they are actually preferring to go out of the kampung if possible. The only thing that's keeping them in the kampung is material and economic reasons. So saying that some people of Timbul Seloko prefer to stay itself is maybe putting it too lightly. So staying or maybe being resilient does not really have a close or maybe economic consideration when, I mean, like, as it is evoked in everyday conversations, if that makes sense. Exactly.
I think probably, yeah, this is probably just, it's not like critiquing, but probably we need to explore, because like, I think personally, if we say bertahan, it means to survive. It's not to be resilient. So it's that different words probably. And we can explore more. Yeah, just saying. Yeah, but thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I think yeah, still ongoing. Yeah, you can also try to develop the equipment and then further research for that, right? So this is very interesting to complement what the existing definition of resilience, especially for the case of Indonesia, I think. Okay, please, the second question, I think for the, yeah, I think Mas di belakang ya. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. It was very great. So I was just wondering, you captured the sense of loss through the to the noises around the areas, but I'm also wondering about whether you also capture the sounds of loss in your research on the people who move from the area, because I really wanted to know how the sense of loss are also negotiated in very different spaces and how it also relates to them in their own ways of moving and mobilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, Derek.
Not necessarily no, but some of the people from out of the kampong who come to the kampong for occasions like weddings or like ceremonies and stuff, they would express how the first thing that come up to their mind is always about the sense of community that has been lost. Either it's because people are going out of the kampong, or maybe because the condition, the previous condition where all of these things can occupy, where community making can occupy in the same place, has no longer been able to, well, they are not able to do so. So I always thought it's interesting how they have this sense of longing towards the gathering of people instead of just where they can find sustenance, like which crop that they usually like plant, or how they can like have uh, like just like parties out of their front yard through the crops from their backyards. I guess if that's answered the question.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's already answered your question. Yeah, for you. Okay, then we move to the third.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Great presentation, by the way. Maybe my question is regarding how people in the region associate noises such as dangdut, wedding ceremonials, and so on, so on. From your perspective, do people in Timbus Local associate those noises? I mean, you already explained that those sensory perceivement is coded with nostalgia for time before those environmental crisis happens in the region. But from your perspective, my question is, do people in Timbus Local associate those noises to just mere nostalgia and some sort of acquiescing to the inevitable dangers or inevitable end that that village will somehow that will drown someday due to climate crisis, or those noises that is coded with nostalgia and some is perceived by the people as, I don't know, some form of, oh, a form of transformative or maybe a, a future imagination where they this region can be saved from those climate crises. Maybe to be simplified, um, do how is how they are how they perceive those noise in a pessimistic manner or optimistic manner. Thank you.
I think it's almost particular to the, I'm not saying to maybe Javanese or philosophy, but particularly it is oddly specific to the case of dangdut music, the one that I just played you, where the lyrics itself contains the notion of longing for maybe people who go out of the kampong, or maybe people who work in the neighboring cities or islands. So the way there's these already available mode of expressing sentiments is what carries maybe the notion of loss towards something that is inclined towards longing that is so far in the past and sometimes pessimistic because my own encounter with talking with people of Timur Leste, especially people who have the sound boxes, which is pretty rare in the kampung itself, is that they would use this music as some sort of escapism for maybe the condition that they're in. One woman, I think, opened me to this idea that how there's this lyrics in the dangdut itself maybe transduced her own experience into something that is communally felt. I guess if that's answered the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, please, Dr. Lalita.
Hi, thanks for the really interesting presentation. I have a question actually more to do with the sort of sonic methodology, and particularly as it relates to understanding and also maybe measuring loss. And I'm curious about when you enter these spaces and you think about, your methodology for capturing this and interpreting sound, what falls outside of sort of the typical registers of sound, in the sense, like, for example, what is the opposite of sound? I mean, or the absence? Is it silence? And does that actually convey something? Or so I'm curious about that boundary that you draw in terms of when you say sound, because it means something to us. It's something that's loud and you can record, and then you say, I think somebody asked a question about positive or optimistic or sad or celebration or ritual. So I'm curious about some of that, the sort of the outsides of that, if you can comment.
Thank you. It's actually one of the categorization that we're trying to make. How there's this Javanese concept where it's not necessarily silence, but
Silent, still.
maybe like a condition where everything is still, or just the opposite of crowded or loud sounds. It is sometimes recognizable, and then it is categorized with the Javanese concept of suwung, means empty. So what is observable about these sounds, or the lack of it, is actually, if we go to the map before, there's this one particular area in the middle of the kampung where it's the particular area where people are migrating out of the kampung. So that middle area itself is well, there's no sound to be produced because there's no longer people living there. So people would usually categorize those area as the area of silence or the area of empty. So it is usually evoked in conversations, sometimes juxtaposing the already loud dangdut music already played on big sound boxes. One conversation that is interesting is where I ask if these sounds would be annoying for the neighbor or such and such. These one man would answer and say that he would prefer to listen to these sounds because there are no longer people living there, hence silence, which usually would be attributed to something probably like mystical, or maybe like so they will fear that there are ghosts or spirits like inhabiting those areas, so they would play loud sounds to maybe curb that feeling. Does that okay, thank you.
Oh, I think this is very interesting. I do believe that there are so many questions already, but I try to keep the time because we already little bit run out of the time. Okay, thank you very much, Haratua. I think you can stay here. I would like to introduce our second speakers. Also, now from Indonesia, we will travel to India. Yeah, I would like to introduce Dr. Lalita Kamat, is an urbanist who teach at the School of Habitat Studies, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Trained as an urban planner, her research interests center on questions of urbanization, urban governance and planning, infrastructure, informality, and the lived experience of change urban climate. Her first book was co-edited volume titled Participolis, Concern and Contention in Neoliberal Urban Governance that focus on a critical exploration of emerging discourses and practices of citizen participations. It's very interesting. Dr. Lalita will present about, yes, Sagar Putra, Decolonializing Mumbai's Coastal Imagery. Please, Dr. Lalita.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. I've really been enjoying the sessions, but maybe even more the discussions outside the sessions. What I'm going to talk about today is some work that I've been doing on the east coast of Mumbai for the last few years. So the title is really Sagar Putra. Sagar actually means sea, and Putra means offspring. And I'm going to see if what I can present, which is really a narrative from the fishers of Mumbai's east coast, if it can actually counter the sort of dominant coastal imaginaries that we see today for Mumbai. So first, Mumbai is a city that's very much founded on reclamation from the sea. A lot has been written about it, and the east coast that houses the colonial Bombay port and the industrial complex around the port is a perfect example of this. So constructed as a site for furthering British imperial designs and later Indian nationalist ambitions, the port industrial complex has produced the East Coast today as a toxic wetland, housing hazardous and high security industries and race, classed and marginalized populations. And the map here is an old map which actually shows the extent of reclamation that has been done in order to create the port. And what's interesting is therefore then the Mumbai Port Trust today is one of the biggest landowners in the city. Recent government interventions, however, seek to revalue this very degraded and polluted port landscape through new coastal infrastructure projects, port expansion, privatization, real estate development, tourism, very similar to, I think, a lot of the presentations discussions so far. And these are regional imaginaries focused on Mumbai and the larger region. So this is a picture showing you this whole focus on circumventing the coastal regulatory protections and unlocking Mumbai's coastal real estate. And so these, in fact, exemplify regional versions of larger national visions, such as what is exemplified in the current government's plan called Sagarmala, which is really this idea of a necklace encircling the sea, which is part of a national vision for exploiting India's blue economy and opening up coastal lands and seas to development. What is interesting, though, about both these kinds of coastal imaginaries, both colonial, post-colonial, as well as industrial, polluted, as well as the current sort of proposals for redevelopment, is that both of them build on the rule of property, as Mariam Dosal, a historian, has written about. And these are, in fact, underwritten by the draining of wetlands. They also combine to produce the accumulation of discrimination for particular groups. And in fact, here on the slide, I've given you quotes from, in fact, three different, both authors and as well as time periods. The first is really a colonial, talking about, in fact, the centrality of the state-led process of sort of undergirding the rule of property in Mumbai. The second is, in fact, a quote from one of the earliest city biographies of Mumbai, where Govind Narayan actually talks about what a wonderful thing it is to reclaim land and earn lakhs of money, rupees in return. And the third is actually talking about this whole idea of creating property and sort of, breaking the hard edges, the idea of land and making property as creating then distinct hard edges and distinct entities as opposed to sort of the fluid occupancies that you see in the sea.
And so these in some ways epitomize the sort of property-based rule of both these coastal imaginaries. Yet, the fishing villages of the indigenous fishing community of the Koris dot the eastern coast, or the Thane Creek that you can see in the picture. And these are all, in fact, the locations of many of the Koriwadas, or the fishing villages. And these, in fact, reveal older, now forgotten traditions of inhabiting the coast. Both these imaginaries of the East Coast, in both the polluted and the sort of revalued versions, they cast aside those whose paradigm of habitation is opposed to the fixity and claims that property ownership demands, such as indigenous fishers. And so the work that I've been doing has really been focused on exploring everyday embodied practices of the Koris, of Trombe Koriwara, which is a village then marked, I can't point out from here, but it's the one marked in yellow. It's one of the fishing villages on the East Coast, to understand how they experience coastal histories of the present and how they seek to then reshape coastal imaginaries that they deem unjust. And so the argument that I basically tried to develop is that listening to fisher experiences can reveal a very different history of rich entanglements between land and water that come from living according to the rhythm of rising and falling water levels. And this informs Kori's relations with the sea and the land, and these transcend those solely associated with property relations. So today in the presentation, I'll focus on telling you two stories from the Fishers Community Archive. Both of these oppose state-led coastal imaginaries that hinge on polluting and making property of the sea and the coast. The stories are inspired by two ongoing processes that the fishers face. One is that of estrangement, and the second is that of reclaiming. Fishers' estrangement is told through the experience of infrastructure projects that commodify and enclose the sea and coasts, as well as embodied understandings of toxicity, surveillance, and catches of garbage that fishing has increasingly come to mean today. The estrangement from the sea-based livelihoods and sea life is, however, but marked with struggle and processes of reclaiming. And so reclaiming then implies recalling the erased past, but in new political acts of futuring. So the first story that I want to briefly talk about is really this idea of remembered boundaries and Kori notions of home. The term Koriwara literally refers to the Kori's home or village. And when telling stories of their village, older fishers talk of not just where they live, where their house is, but also the adjoining expanse of seashore lands, the marshy interface with the sea, and the coastal seas where they do fishing-related activities. For them, their village transcends simple land, sea, and workplace residence boundaries to include fishing commons that span land, marsh, and sea, and that have been produced collectively over many years of customary use. Repeatedly performing the collective labor of fishing in particular spaces produces these commons that are then imprinted with memories of human and non-human relations, past activities, and affect. The expanded sense of village that Trombe's Koris operate with, I have termed remembered boundary in other work. And here, if you'll see the map in red, is really the rough drawing that we did based on a collective participatory exercise of memory, where they talked about really what their village means for them through this remembered boundary. And this starkly contrasts with how state agencies mark its official boundaries, which is really the yellow, very small kind of C-shaped figure that you see there. And this is really seen as the official state boundary of the Koriwara that encloses, that sort of encloses it by road as well as by sea. The Maharashtra government's sale of 25,000 square meters of the Koriwara's fishing commons to the BEST, which is Mumbai's public bus company, for building a bus depot, is one example of such enclosure. The fishers' struggle against state-sanctioned enclosure reveals how they use enclosure itself as a ground for new political action. Following Subramanian's insight that transformation of space often generates transformations in political subjectivity, we see that the fishers of Trombe seek to recast the very meaning of enclosure through an everyday political practice that is embodied. So what they do is they persistently use the disputed land that is legally owned by the public bus company. And their practices are shaped by the rhythms of the local ecology that guide artisanal fishing. So fishers measure time in the rise and fall of water, not by standardized minutes and hours, and this temporality of fishing is connected to temporality and land use. It allows fishing commons to be occupied and shared by many groups for undertaking varied activities where no one person owns or has exclusive rights over the space. And so the everyday embodied practices of fishers, their ceaseless movements that transgress the official boundaries of the disputed land, go beyond a struggle against the enclosure and the fencing off of their commons. It, in fact, I argue, signals a new political becoming of the Koris that seeks to transform the space of the enclosure and the property relations it encodes into a different kind of space. And this process of reclaiming of the commons is led by what Bayat calls the collective action of non-collective actors, as the fishers engage in everyday temporal appropriations of space that make this land effectively theirs while suspending the bus company's ability to effectively practice ownership rights over the property. So reclaiming thus reveals a greater engagement with state law, but also serves as an alternative to the dominant model of private ownership and segregated zoning of place that we employ in planning. The second story that I'll try and be quick here, is really focused more on the sea part of the story here. And it's really telling a story from sea spirits to oil terminal, contesting then the metamorphosis of this space called Peer Pao, which had a very special meaning for the Koris. So seafaring was not only focused on livelihood, but it was also imbued with social and sacred relations. And so boating in the creek involved taking the blessing of spirits and saints while at sea. And for the fishers, Peer Pao, which is this point there, at the edge of their, it's actually a point in the sea. It symbolizes a sacred place at the southern tip of Trombay, near to which their ancestral deity resided. And their village, in fact, took the name from the deity. And in 1922, Peer Pao was colonized by the Mumbai port, that's the colonial port, as an offshore berth for handling petroleum, oil, and lubricants products that were transported by global oil companies. In 1951, after independence, the Indian government approved the establishment of 2 government-owned oil refineries in Trombay. And so the whole aim was really to limit overland cargo, which leaked and very visibly polluted, and to do it by, in fact, building these underground pipelines, which you can see in the figure, which is far away from prying eyes and sort of, public protests. And so more and more new infrastructure related to petrochemicals and oil and lubricants has been commissioned, most recently in 1996 and in 2016. So Peer Pao has in fact completely changed. And so a conversation with the leader of a community organization of fishers and agriculturalists reveals some clues as to how their claims, in fact, how they enact their claims to the sea. And there are 3 parts to the story. I might actually just, since I'm running out of time, actually just focus on 2. One is materially, if you see, fisher infrastructures comprise fishing stakes and nets. And the Koris call these such, which is their ancestral fishing areas in the sea that are handed down from one family to the next. And these fishing stakes have been recorded in maps as old as the 17th century, which establishes the fishers' presence in these waters prior to even the city's formation. So here on the map, you can see the fishing stakes marked. It's a 1672 map. And so fishers, in fact, make their claims not just on the political ground of customary livelihood as the indigenous artisanal fisher, but also as tax-paying citizens of the Indian nation, because they've been paying a tax on this, on these areas of usage in the sea till about 20 years ago. Morally and politically also, they yoke their claim of belonging, which is inherent in the term Sagar Putra, of belonging to the space of the sea and having knowledge of the sea, to that of a regional politics. And so the whole idea here is really that they, in fact, contest the unjust privileging of the interests of industrial and real estate development over that of the artisanal fisher, of state activities and laws that pollute and privatize access to the sea, in contrast to village sovereignty and fisher law that aims or seeks to conserve the sea and sea life. In conclusion, what I'll just highlight here is really that I've been thinking and developing this idea of how do we contrast indigenous reclaiming and the process I've been talking about with a state-led reclaiming, which is what I began the presentation with. On the one hand, Fisher's reclaiming seeks to draw on and extend an archive of alternative lived histories of inhabiting the coast. And what this seems to draw from is earlier etymologies of the term reclaiming. And this, in fact, tends to refer to protest, a cry of no, and the action of claiming something taken away. And this is in stark contrast to later meanings of the term reclaiming that came to be dominated by state action for improving lands to make them suitable for more intensive use. These are typically 19th century Western liberal notions that hinged on notions of property. State-led reclamation, in contrast, is associated with processes of double colonization, as Prakash describes it. Colonization first of a people and then of the sea by the land. And this is a territorializing project revealing enormous power to carve up and enclose the sea through a variety of legal, planning, and tax regimes that support the imperatives of capital. So Fisher-led reclaiming processes, I'm going to end here, argue possibly a more just imaginary for our coastal scapes, since they have not been made through these oppressive histories and practices, but rather they have evolved through historicized and locally encoded understandings of justice. So in a time of rising waters, maybe we could think about these kinds of imaginaries and counter-imaginaries and how they could inform a more just coastal space. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lalita. It's very interesting, comprehensive presentations. Yeah, we have 8 minutes for discussion, please, for the question. Yeah. There's question from the audience here, or maybe there's participants from Zoom. Okay, please.
Hi, my name is Andrew. Just want to get your clarification on one thing, because you mentioned about the fisherman being there for so long, and you also did mention about this spiritual part as well. Wondering whether you draw any connection in terms of the religious practice connected to the people's desire to protect the place, while they inhabited the place. Do you see any connection towards that? Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Yeah. So thanks for the question. Absolutely. I mean, that was the aim, is to really highlight that Pipao for them was really the space in fact, it's a point in the sea where historically, even up to 300 years ago, there's mention in the gazetteers about this being a sacred place. And so for the fishers actually talked about how their ancestral deity is located close to that, the deity from which their village got its name. And so every time they would go in the boat, they would do darshan and sort of like acknowledge and sort of worship the deity. So very much for them, it was the story of how Pipao today has been colonized first by the British colonial port and then subsequently the national port to become this petrochemical, so highly toxic place. Yeah, and so I think the picture that I showed was really one of the fishers, the women who she collects fish in small fish and crabs from the marshes, and she in fact couldn't articulate so well, but really through her, she showed us the kind of scars and the sort of infections that she would get by wading in the marshy area to collect this fish. And the reason why it became important for us to think about alternative ways of sort of finding evidence that was admissible in some sense, because there's no data on these areas, because this is a highly securitized area, because of there are 2 ports associated, and there's a thermal power plant, there's a nuclear power station, it's a highly hazardous and securitized industries. And so as a result, there is no data on pollution that's actually produced. And so we have to find alternative ways, and this is one of the projects is actually thinking about how lived experience and the body can actually, can this be counted as evidences, really?
It's interesting. Thank you. Yeah, please, question, I think Mia.
Thank you, very interesting. I have a question on one context I think I missed. You mentioned collective action of non-collective actors. Could you elaborate a bit on that? Does it mean that it was not directed, not purposeful? Like, what was the context? Sorry, I missed it. I think you explained it well.
Yeah, I was hurrying a bit. So, so this is part of larger work. And in the larger work, we actually look at, from the 60s, the struggle has been going on from this particular community. And what you see is basically a period from roughly the 60s to the 90s where the state was far more supportive of fisher needs. There was a whole program of modernization and upgradation of the fisheries sector. But you see post-90s, you see much more the coming in a liberalized economy, much more, focus on economic growth. And so then what you start seeing is, in fact, increasing pressure on the fishing community, increasing pollution, real estate prices of land rise. So therefore, the state is much more interested than in fisher commons, which are not legally owned by the community, but they have a moral claim on those through customary use. So what then starts happening is that the fishing societies, which earlier the struggle was very much helmed by the cooperative fishing societies, which are still pretty strong. But post the 90s, what has happened is fishing has become much less of a viable livelihood in the face of this increased infrastructure and pollution. So what you're seeing then is then the breakdown or the dissolution also of these institutions. So earlier, what we do is we contrast. So the struggle was led very much by this institution, community institution. Post the 90s, especially post 2005, you see the dissolution of this community. But what you still see is because the community remembers their boundaries, they have their, their commons, there's so many linkages to these spaces. So what they do is they practice this in their sort of bodily movements, which then transgress property. But there is no clear movement or campaign or leader. And that's why we call it and talk about how the strength of it is very much based on a past understanding, but which they carry forward into these acts which are aimed towards their future aspirations.
Very interesting. They have a disaster. The memory is still. They try to reconfigure again. Please, for the
I have a connected questions. For the first story, you've described a communal act of what you then also described as a political becoming by the group of people that would occupy the space. The second story looked more like individual actions. Do you still see that there's also a political becoming behind those acts of reclaiming those spaces in the second story?
So the second story is a bit more complex and in fact a very much an ongoing struggle. And this is also because the idea of fisher commons on land is far more acknowledged. There's much, it's sort of moved further. And I think that's also because I think of the earlier work on terrestrial planning, which is so we understand land and the fixed and the fixed edges and boundaries of and property that can be fixed. In the case of the sea, I think it's a much more ambiguous kind of space. So the fishers have been in fact contesting and using their sudge, their ancestral fishing areas in the sea, and they've been using these to talk about. So in the sea, they've been talking about livelihood as a basis to access the sea through the fishing areas. They yoke this to ideas also of Sagarputra, which is very much a moral right. They use terms like Bhumiputra, which is indigeneity. They use ideas of the Marathi Manus, or sort of the sons of the soil. So all a nativist idea to, we were here first, we have claims, our claims should be respected. So there's a range of different kinds of ways in which, and then they use these practically to negotiate with political parties, political leaders, and take some of this forward. But I think the sea story is in fact a more ambiguous one, because they have in fact won some victories, quite considerable victories, one can argue, because, for example, the High Court of Maharashtra, in fact, recently, a few years ago, ruled that the state government should come up with a policy to recognize the customary livelihood rights of fishers in the sea. What, however, that translates to on the ground is more ambiguous. And fishers, the problem is fishers. So on the one hand, they have livelihood rights. They can access the sea to some extent where it's not enclosed, but the sea is so increasingly polluted that fish are not really in supply. So I think the point is really, can you have fishers use fish, based on livelihood? I mean, using that as the sort of argument, but without fish in the sea, of what sense or relevance does that make? And I think that is really So that story is both the story is less developed, but that's also because on the ground it's a far more contested story, and partly it's also because there are fewer active fishers, those who rely completely on fishing for a livelihood.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting. But I think I have to stop for this part, and will continue for the third speakers. I would like to introduce Marco Delgado. Currently, he is a PhD student in anthropology from the London School of Economics. His research explores the political economy of small-scale fisheries. Please, Marco.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Marco, and I'm currently conducting fieldwork in Jakarta. I've been doing research for almost 2 years now on the political economy of fishing, of small scale fishery in North Jakarta. And today I want to talk about terrestrialization practices. I think many of you have heard about green mussels and how the practice of coastal communities of creating their own reclamation by using green mussels. That's obviously a very big part of the fishing economy in North Jakarta. But today I want to talk about something different, and I will be focusing more on fishing devices. Okay, a few words on the setting. When I started off research in Jakarta, Tanah, in North Jakarta, my idea was to study amphibious places and so-called wetlands. And it was a more general research on how people live on these ambiguous places. So I pretty much started with this idea of the amphibious, and because it's become really popular in social sciences and anthropology, and I think scholars have mobilized this concept. And the main critique was that most of the of current research is land-based, and water has been neglected in research. So they acquired this amphibious perspective, which basically takes water into the conversation more. But I think this example, my example, can maybe push that a little bit further, because I'm talking about an amphibious environment, which is not a wetland, but it's actually it's a man-made amphibious environment. It's actively manufactured by fishermen. I'll give you some example. I don't know if you have, when you fly down to Jakarta from above, you can probably, if you look down, you can probably see, except apart from seeing the artificial islands, I think you can see lots of these structure, like maritime structures, and it's basically looks like land, I think, because it's this. There are so many of these, like for example, cedo, green mussels, which is the thing I was talking about, angling platforms, and bagang. These are all structured, which actually are quite far from the coast. So they are normally, I don't know, a mile or even 2 miles off the coast. So we are still talking about Jakarta Bay, which is estuary, because there's 13 rivers flowing into the sea, but it's basically salt water. All these maybe except for the green mussels, which is closer to the shore. So there are all these structures made mainly by bamboo. And today, and now I will be focusing on bagan, which is the one right down. Okay, what's bagan tancap, which we can translate in fishing platforms. And these are structured both by Bugis. Suku Bugis is an ethnic group from the island from the south of Sulawesi, and it basically consists in this image you can actually see a bagan during the day, but bagan is a nocturnal animal. It's basically rests during the day, but then it's used at night. So fishermen, and there's also this very important temporality factor that normally fishermen, they rest during the day and then at night they use bagan. So you can see it in action, and it basically works with lights. So you have lights which attract the fish, which then is caught by a large deep net, which is then pulled up by the fisherman. It's obviously a very physical and demanding task. And a very interesting fact, when I first started working with fishermen, I have maybe this romanticized idea of how fishermen work. I thought, oh, maybe they pass down this tradition from generations to generation. But actually what I found out in listening to fishermen and their biography is that they actually started fishing, and precisely in the case of bagan, they started using bagan in Jakarta. So it's even though these fishermen are mainly they're mainly Bugis, they come from Sulawesi, they learn in Jakarta. And I actually like maybe last month I witnessed sometimes they learn these skills like how to build a bagan, which you can see in the illustration. Sometimes they learn from YouTube. I've seen fishermen using YouTube and building these structures. So I think that also complicates this idea of traditional fishing skills and so on. What's also interesting is that the fish comes to the fisherman is we might say, a passive activity. So it's not an active looking for fish, but it's the fish that comes to the fisherman. And there's also a gender aspect. Even though fishing is a very masculine and is predominant, I mean, I wouldn't say predominant, I've never met a female fisher folk, even though obviously women are really involved in the fishing economy. They don't really, they don't work as fishers. But what's interesting that in many cases, wives and their children, male and female, they join to the bagan, and maybe they help out by sorting the fish or other activities, or they learn from their fathers. And sometimes we laugh when I talk with these wives, and they say, "Oh, I would join, but I can't even swim." And I think that also speaks to the idea of these amphibious. So you can be on these platforms without knowing how to swim, which is probably risky, but it's still possible. I would like to show you two very quick videos. How do I? Of because obviously where I do research in Penjaringan, it's where they built these artificial islands. And as you can, I don't know if you really can see, maybe in the next video, you can see all these really small spots are bagang, or they're not just bagang. They can be all like cerro, green mussels structure, but you can see many, and then this is from Google Earth, and from the 90s up until now. So you see all these this bagang being dispossessed. Yes, which is basically the process I call marine dispossession, because by building these artificial islands, they dispossessed all these amphibious structures. And it would be a very interesting comparison between how the bagang operates compared to these artificial lines. I think there are some similarities in the sense of value extraction, but obviously very different. Maybe also a matter of scale and a matter of land value. But I think there are some interesting questions there. And to wrap up, in conclusion, I think bagang, they show, they are an example of creative ways to make the sea habitable. And also the question of, is the realization necessarily need to be about creating new land, or it can also be about working on above water? And to end on probably a sad note, actually, as you saw in the two small videos, there's no more like bagang, and they are the number of bagang is just diminishing, and we don't know, but what's going to happen in the future. But it's also interesting to notice how new forms of, I wouldn't say new, because these like fishermen, they have been using these more mobile fishing techniques. So basically they've made the bagang mobile. So by using like tanks, plastic tanks, these structures, they can actually be moved. So they still work like a bagang, but it's mobile. And the other example, the bagang apung or bagang rambo, is actually a bagang, the structure of a bagang on top of a boat, which can move around. I wouldn't actually call this adaptation, because these forms they've been used for a generation, and even in the 70s, 80s, but it's also, we might say, is a creative way to deal with artificial lines and constructions. So yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. It's very interesting, because now we realize that in the northern part of Jakarta, there's another massive activities actually. Okay, we open for the questions, please. Yeah, Mas Fajar.
All right. So my question again, I'm pretty like in messing around with the word. So I was a bit intrigued with the word you use, like the terrestrialization. I was wondering, when these people, these fishermen, they try to build the bagang, do they use certain words or certain expressions that bring a notion of landness into the structure of the bagang itself, I mean, I was rather intrigued. Yeah, I mean, it's like there is a parallel between reclaiming the sea and creating bagang, which tried to make it habitable. But I was rather intrigued, especially like that this fisherman has origin of working on the land. I think you said they initially had, working in the agriculture before moving to the fishing. I was wondering, do they bring vocabularies of land into the sea? Or when you come up with terrestrialization, is it your own interpretation? That's probably my question. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we got it. Thank you for the question. Yes, I think that's in a way that's how I interpret it. But it's interesting, like the word terrestrialization, it's something I came up with when looking at these practices. I think in Fisherman, they do acknowledge this fact of, I think when I talked about the idea of, they always say, maybe I can, ikan yang datang, dulu ikan yang datang, sekarang kita harus cari ikan. I think they always talk about this idea of, which I mentioned, this idea of when they use bagang of just being maybe more passive and the fishing coming to them. And even though, while now with all these mobile practices, they always talk about this idea of looking for fish. And I think one thing I didn't say is that who uses bagang is mainly Bugis fishermen. But if you look at like fishermen from Indonesia, from other regions, that's a different game, because they use fishing practices like jaring, so they actually look for fish. But Bugis fishermen, they always draw this line. They say, as Bugis, the fish come to us. So I wouldn't say they really talk about this terrestrial way of living, but they definitely talk about, and also they say, when working in Baga, it's much easier because you don't really need to do much. You just need to, if you go to a Bagan, there's electricity, you can watch TV, they play games, sometimes they bring their families. So there's this idea of you can do much more on a bagang, and when they invite me, we grill fish. There's so many things. They play with their phones. So there's this idea of kind of having fun on a bagang, which something that you do on land. Why now they lament this idea of being more active and proactive and looking for fish.
Okay, thank you, Marco. I think Mas Fajar, I think it's the question already answered. So please, for the second question, please.
No, thanks for that.
Rapti.
Thanks, Marco. I'm dovetailing on Farhan's question. In terms of thinking of bagan-like structures where you find them all over parts of watery Asia, and I was curious to know how you're sort of exploring bagans as an artifact, because I found the way that these narratives panned out, there's a certain sort of ahistoricizing of bagans, and the fact that they were essentially Bugis collectives with certain kinds of intergenerational memories, but also probably forgetting because you've got the YouTube learning, for example. So how does all this pan out, but from a kind of a more intergenerational life history perspective, and also the fact that you were pitting them in some ways against sort of high technological reclamacy. So those were some tensions that struck me. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think when I talked about the YouTube video and the fact that they don't really acknowledge this intergenerational or historical, even though they always say, oh, it's boogies with kind of pride as well. It's a boogies. Um, it's a boogies fishing device. When I talked about this idea of YouTube, I think also because maybe I'm always worried when talking about fishing, and as I said, this idea of romantic idea of intergenerational, but it's much more complicated, and maybe it's also much more similar. I kind of want to provoke a little bit and saying maybe it's more similar than artificial islands than we think. Because sometimes we play with this dichotomy of fishing communities, they are traditional, and they have all these traditional practices, and then in stark contrast we have artificial islands. But maybe by talking about the YouTube and how these practices are not necessarily coming from your father, but they're coming from other sources, including media. Maybe it's not that different from artificial islands, which also play on this. There's also many YouTube videos and social media posts which circulate among fishermen as well about artificial islands and modernity and how it's a modern way of life. So it's not just that, but they also acquire fishing skills online. If that answers. Yeah. The specific not really. Not really. It's actually maybe something I thought about. I mean, do you mean they actively say, "Oh, this is similar to the artificial islands," or? Yeah, thank you. Maybe it's something I should be asking more from now on. Like, yeah, I didn't really think about. I don't really. I've never asked that. Maybe I should ask more about the connection. Yeah, this is something I've
Again, I have a related question. I was also wondering about your use of the term of dispossession, because it would also evoke that there has been some form of possession before. And I was wondering how, in general, I mean, how the right to set up those structures is organized, and whether there's really an act of dispossessing them, and then also connected how those experience of dispossession have been told to you, in how far they have, or what kinds of experiences people would share when it comes to those acts of dispossessing them.
I called it dispossession because I think it's similar in some ways. The process of dispossession have been going on for at least 20 years in North Jakarta. So it's not been like, oh, you need to move. Not the point wasn't that the developers were saying the Nelayan, you need to move. They were basically just taking down this structure, but it's more complicated because there's cases of fishermen getting paid, getting a sort of how you call it, like a they were compensated. They were compensated for taking down this structure, and this they were given. I feel they were given like 7 million rupiah for one structure, and that was like the calculation of the productivity of the bagan, which I think is also quite interesting how that was calculated. But I think the artificial islands also brought in another important question, which is land value. Because at the beginning, when the fishermen were dispossessed and they had to had to move this structure, they were like, oh, it's fine because this is the sea. You can, if they dispossess you here, you can just move it next to it, and they would go on and on. And this practice still goes on because they keep being dispossessed and then they move far. But then that structure is now this farther and farther because of that. So I think Nelayan sense sometimes is that of course they challenge, and there's been lots of protests against the artificial islands, but sometimes I also feel like the way they think about it, it's more like, oh, it's the sea, there's no property, we just make another structure close to it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have to end this session. Thank you very much. I think now the time also already end, right? Okay, thank you, Dr. Lalita, Marco, and Haratua. We have a very, very interesting and impressive presentations. I do believe these presenters could explain us more about how actually we understand about urbanizing oceans beyond wet and dry. Yeah, actually also new for me. But what I learned from three presentations from three different areas is about maybe we need to use more approach in terms of using sensitivity, sensory. So we need to do more approach beyond what we already use current. Maybe most of us using the quantification approach to understand about how urbanization and also how people live in the coastal area. But now we understand how people live also on the sea beyond the terrestrial areas. Thank you very much for your attentions. I think we give applause to all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Gusti Atut. Thank you, Gusti Ayu Ketut Surtiarti, for moderating this session, and thank you to all panelists for amazing presentation. We would like to present a appreciation plaque to Gusti Ayu Ketut Surtiarti as moderator and certificates to all the panelists. Tri Astuti Mohandayani MSI, please welcome to the stage. And then we will have a short photo session along with the second panelist.
Foto dulu. Oh iya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the last session of the event. We will watch the film titled Fisherman's Prayer or Doa Seorang Nelayan. This session will be moderated by Dr. Adipati Rahmat Gumelar, SPI, MSI. Dr. Adipati Rahmat Gumelar, SPI, MSI is UI alumni from Environmental Studies for his doctoral degree. He has involved in various projects with 7 international project experience, 22 national project experience, and 7 academic papers. Please welcome Dr. Adipati Rahmat Gumelar.
Um, Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, and how are you today? Welcome to the BlueUrban Conference 2023. Urban experiments, circulation, and placemaking as the sea level change adaptation. Thank you for being here, and for also for everyone that joining in the online, and for your presence in this afternoon. After all day, we together has been took part in the discussions and in the transforming adaptation for climate change, in historizing and pluralizing urban coastal urbanity and urbanizing oceans, which is a very great discussions actually, and it's a hot subject, especially in Jakarta climate right nowadays. So we are trying to cool down the discussions with the a little bit with enjoying a short documentary titled The Fisherman Prayers. This documentary was made by a Penang-based filmmaker who also an activist and a bright scholar, Mr. Andre Ha. Please, okay. Mr. Han is the climate and ecology network from the Georgetown with Malaysia, who is also a West self-taught filmmaker who is very concerned on human rights and also the environmental subjects. Please sit down. Yes. And he has won several awards, wow, such as the Penang Green Video Award in 2016, the Justin Lewis Award in 2017, and also the Kiev Mayor Award in 2018. Mr. Han is also produced several projects since 2000 and 2011 until 2023. But the one that we will be enjoying today is the one that from 2019 called the Fisherman Prayer. We will spend about 16 minutes to enjoy the documentary, and then let's have a nice discussions together after that. So please watch carefully and write down your questions if you have any. And for the event committee, please write down any questions that lifted on from the online viewers. So board of event, if you're ready, please start the video documentary.
Kampung Sungai Batu ni memang dikenali sebagai kampung nelayan. Kebanyakan orang tempatan semuanya pergi nelayan. Sebenarnya Sungai Batu ni adalah satu kawasan, bagi saya adalah kawasan yang kaya dengan hidupan laut. ekosistemnya. Jadi tak perlu pergi jauh-jauh. Kita cuma di sekitar ini saja. Tuhan kita sudah cipta ni yang terbaik sekali. Jadi kita tak boleh ubah dah. Kalau kita ubah, kita jadi upside down. Jadi kita melawan melawan arus. Kita jangan lawan dia. Kita lawan dia, kita mati. Laut ni kalau kita lawan dia, kita mati. Itu dah. Tak silap saya 2015 yang permulaannya cadangan untuk membina 3 buah pulau. Memanglah saya rasa Allah mungkin dia cuba bagi ujian kepada saya. Kemungkinan saya rasa itu cabaran untuk saya sebagai pemimpin nelayan. Kan Tanjung tadi ni, sini. Ini dari Pulau B. Jadi sekarang kawasan yang banyak udang dan ikan adalah di bahagian sini saja. Kalau di bahagian sini, Pulau Harimau sini, hadapan sini memang tak ada. Dia dekat sini saja.
The Penang government has obtained the green light from the Department of Environment to implement the Penang South Reclamation PSR project. Penang Chief Minister Chow Kon Yeow said a fax letter of approval for the Environmental Impact Assessment EIA report of the PSR project was received yesterday afternoon.
Permohonan pihak kerajaan negeri untuk melaksanakan Penang South Reclamation sekarang diberi kelulusan EIA dengan 72 syarat untuk dipatuhi.
The PSR project involves the development of 3 man-made islands with a total size of 1,800 hectares. Parts of the islands would be put up for sale.
Kejadian penambakan laut ini nampaknya macam satu pesta di Pulau Pinang. Ya, kiri kanan pulau tu dah pun diplankan dan ditambak pun ada, yang akan ditambak dibuat 3 pulau lagi dan macam-macam lagi. Di Pulau Pinang dicipta alasan kerana nak buat satu transportation punya keperluan, lalu perlu tambak laut, bina 3 pulau dan sebagainya sehingga menjejaskan pendapatan para nelayan.
Secara keseluruhannya, pelaksanaan projek Penang South Reclamation (PSR) akan menjejaskan seramai 4,996 nelayan di Pulau Pinang, yang mana 1,422 adalah terdiri daripada nelayan tradisional Zon A.
Proses penambakan ini dia punyai environmental degradation yang tidak boleh kembali. Dan hasil tangkapan laut pada penelayan walau diberi banyak mana sekalipun pampasan masih tidak mampu untuk menggantikan kehilangan punca rezeki.
Yang Mak Menteri ini perkara yang serius. Nelayan selatan Pulau Pinang, nelayan utara Perak, kerana kelulusan oleh Jabatan Alam Sekitar, ekosistem laut rosak, nasib nelayan terjejas. Nelayan tradisi terjejas sekitar Teluk Kumbar, Sungai Batu, Pulau Betong, Permatang Damar Laut.
Jangan mengelirukan Dewan Yang Berhormat. Nelayan-nelayan di situ semua bersetuju. Yang memprotes adalah puak-puak UMNO dan PAS. Semua nelayan-nelayan telah diberitahu dan mereka bersetuju sebulat suara. Yang protes hanya UMNO dan PAS saja.
Demonstrasi nelayan berdemonstrasi masuk dalam akhbar, tak baca.
Mintalah sangat-sangat kerajaan negeri atau kerajaan pusat prihatin kepada kami nelayan di sini supaya membatalkan tambakan pulau di kawasan Pulau Pinang Selatan. Sini memang kaya hidupan lah, tapi dia bermusim lah. Tak semestinya waktu sekarang ada udang dan mungkin lepas sikit ikan bawal, ikan senangin, dan nanti 2-3 bulan lagi mungkin ketam. Itulah dia bermusim. Jadi penangkapan kita tidak tetap. tengok di sini. Adakah orang minta sedekah? Tak ada. Nelayan tak ada minta sedekah. Yang minta sedekah siapa? Orang yang malas kerja. Itu yang saya kata. Nelayan bukan pemalas, mereka yang paling rajin. Dan selalunya kita mencukupi perbelanjaan kita. Tak pernah yang kita kata tak cukup. Boleh kita hidup. Tak kaya tapi boleh hidup. Tambakan pula ni, saya membantah tambakan pula ni kerana anak cucu kita. Bukan untuk saya. Bukan untuk saya. Saya dah umur 60 lebih. Saya mungkin nak pergi ke laut tak berapa lama. Tapi anak cucu kita, di mana satu peluang pekerjaan akan dapat dijalankan walaupun mereka tak begitu kaya, tapi mereka boleh sara hidup dengan keluarga mereka. Budaya hidup tak sama, kan? Itu yang jadi macam tu. Kita tak boleh jadi hidup macam di barat, kan? Dia orang pergi tangkap laut berapa bulan, kita tak mampu buat macam tu. Dia orang tak boleh. Dia orang pergi 1 hari 2 hari nak kena balik. Dia orang tak boleh tunggu lama. Lagipun kita punya hasil di tepi pantai saja. Tak perlu pergi jauh-jauh. Untuk survive hidup saja. Dia takkan jadi jutawan, dia akan cuma survive hidup saja. Tapi itulah budaya hidup. Budaya hidup nelayan tak sama dengan hidupan di atas daratan, bahagian-bahagian government ke atau kilang ke, dia berbeza banyak. Kita lagi dalam 20 minit tadi. Letak lagi dah. Alam sekitar ciptaan Tuhan. Jadi kita ini seolah-olah pihak pemerintah nak ubahkan keadaan alam ini melawan Tuhan. Kawasan ni kawasan yang golden, tempat yang mempunyai pendapatan yang tinggi. Allah telah bagi rezeki kat kita di sini. Nak bismillah dah ni. Tolong jangan berpeluang ni. Tolong. Bagi dia tenang. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Apabila berlakunya ibadah korban, jadi kita tak ada high class, low class, semua saja. Jadi kita tak nampak yang mana orang kaya, yang mana orang yang miskin. Jadi yang mana yang menolong. Jadi boleh kata semua, kaya ke miskin dia akan tolong hari itu. Saya nampak kalau katalah nelayan semua hilang mata pencariannya. Jadi bermakna kata fakir miskin bertambahlah. Jadi kita kena, mungkin nelayan dah tak boleh melakukan ibadah korban. Sebab mereka akan menerima, dia pun tak dapat memberi lagi. Jadi bermakna kata pihak memberi kurang, pihak yang menerima lebih. Itu yang kita risaukan. Malah saya ni selalulah sembahyang hajat dan juga berdoa. Setiap habis kali sembahyang kita berdoa. Dan yang kita buat sembahyang hajat baru ni adalah special untuk tambakan pulau. Kita mintalah supaya Allah makbulkan permintaan itu. Itu yang kita penting sekali, sebab itu kita buat baca Yasin, supaya yang kita buat yang baik, yang terbaik, supaya Allah ampunkan dosa kita dan juga makbulkan permintaan kita. Dengan itu pula ini tidak akan terjadi. Saya pernah sekali saya pergi seorang-seorang, jadi saya letak sauh, kemudian saya renung ke langit. Apabila kita renung ke langit, kita sudah tak nampak apa di kawasan kita, di keliling kita. Kita nampak air laut tenang dan suasananya hanya kita seorang diri saja. Di masa itu saya menangis teresak-esak, sebab mengenangkan saya sekarang seorang diri saja di tempat yang luas. Saya tak tahu nak ke mana. Tak ada tempat yang minta tolong. Kita hanya minta tolong kepada Allah saja di situ. Itulah yang rasa saya menangis, keluar air mata, tapi siapa pun tak nampak. Itu yang saya rasa betul-betul masuk dalam hati saya sampai sekarang.
Tiga pulau ini menekan kehidupan kami. Dari tuan-tuan dan perempuan, kita minta kepada kerajaan kita, pandang muka kita, pandang muka anak kita, pandang muka isteri kita, pandang masyarakat kita. Jangan pandang kita remeh, jangan pandang kita rewang, jangan pandang kita bodoh, jangan pandang kita miskin. Pandanglah kehidupan kita, kehidupan masyarakat kita, kehidupan kita mencari rezeki yang halal. Kalau ada sebatang pokok milik orang asli ditebang, semua orang terasa. Sebab orang tahu orang asli kalau tak ada pokok dia tak boleh hidup. Begitu juga kami nelayan, kalau tak ada laut kami tak boleh hidup. Kerana ini tuan-tuan dan perempuan sekalian, kami menolak tambahan 3 pulau ini.
Bukan kejayaan saya. Sebenarnya semua kejayaan kita semua. Menaikkan nama Persatuan Nelayan Pulau Pinang dan juga NGO yang berjuang selama ni bersusah payah. Alhamdulillah, Allah makbulkan doa kita semua hari ini.
bak reda hati rasa ketenangan istimewa kawasan selatan, istimewa kawasan selatan. Berpuluh perahu disinari rembulan, puang pukat semalaman tunggu ikan. Bersabarlah nelayan selatan, bersabarlah nelayan selatan. Waktu senja kulihat sang surya terbenam singgah saat di saujana. Oh nelayan, mengapa masa depanmu kelam? Bertabah, bersuaralah. Pulau Rimau ku pandang dari jambatan, Pulau Kendi terembu jadi rimba. Ikan istimewa kawasan selatan, istimewa kawasan selatan. Bersuaralah nelayan selatan, bersuaralah nelayan selatan. Kekalkanlah kawasan selatan, kekalkanlah kawasan selatan.
Can we have a more round of applause for Mr. Han? Well, it's nice to appreciate the documentary because it's very close to home to Indonesia. Because in Indonesia we also had so many difficulties regarding the infrastructure versus the fishermen in Indonesia, like in North Jakarta, in Semarang, Bali, Makassar, Batam, and so on. And it's so good that we hear we see the commentary that you made, that it's actually the fishermen that won. Because in Indonesia, it's the opposite thing. Our fishermen has faced so many struggles, and they never get the chance to represent their wish, and also never appeal to the government, and so they have the different fate from Indonesia. But it's another subject.
But I have to clarify, we have some bad news.
Well, let's wait for it. Okay, let's wait for it. We want to appreciate the documentary, and so let's hear a bit more from the filmmaker itself about your thought on the video, please. Yeah.
So this video was made for the purpose of raising awareness for the whole people in Malaysia, so that
Okay.
they can support the fishermen to reject the reclamation. And as you said, that Indonesia has a lot of this kind of movement. I think a lot of it, of the NGOs and the fishermen, they learn so much from the Indonesian fishermen too. I mean, they they know there is a Bali Tolak Reklamasi movement.
Yes, that's what I mean in Bali, because the reclamation it's hindering the people that are doing the prayer of their religion.
Correct. And I think they learn among each other, the network of NGOs, to share resources, and they learn how to mobilize and to at least get the information out there, raise awareness of the place as well. So I thought it was good to for the Malaysians to learn from Indonesian, and Indonesian to learn from Malaysians. Because I think the problems that we face are similar too, against development, against the contestation of coastal areas and so on. And it's just not a Malaysian issue. In fact, the whole Asia is facing that kind of problem too. Yeah.
So, but I see that it's there's more than the make you make the commentary. There's more of story that behind that you tell. Can you tell us more about the Mr. Zakaria and his struggle, and why that he turned to his God for wisdoms and for to pray, because maybe he faced some difficulties that even the academics and the NGO cannot push.
I think one of the things which when I met with Mr. Tuan Haji Zakaria, one thing that impressed me upon him that is his faith in Islam, and everything he do, he give thanks to God. Everything depend on God, and I'm beginning to see that the community there, even though the fishermen, they see the ocean as something like God give it to them, and how their livelihood as a fisherman also help the community and their mosque. You see, and his reasoning was this: if the ocean is destroyed, then their faith will be shaken. And he drawing the connection to it. If we have no money, we'll be poor, and our faith and our moral values will also be affected. And it's true when I look in other places where there's reclamation in Penang. There's one area in the north of Penang, there's reclamation happening there too. And you can see development comes, but the people, the poorer people, the fishermen, their family is disrupted, their moral values is disrupted. They go into drugs and things like that. And it's quite ironic to see how development is supposed to elevate a community, but you will see that it actually makes them suffer and become very negative. That's the thing.
Yeah, and one more question. And it's interesting that there's a working group that you are a part of it, that supporting Pak Zakaria in his challenge and its appeal to the government. And I know that it's very, very hard, really, because it's Indonesia. We never make it to happen. But how do you do it? How do you make it success in Malaysia?
I think there are two ways. We work together with the NGOs, and the fishermen work together, and we also work with lawyers who are willing to assist us in that. And the lawyer look into the law and then say there is one part of the law where you can appeal. So they help Pak Haji Zakaria to appeal the thing. One thing about in Malaysia, I don't know over here, you want to get people to go and appeal. They're very scared. They don't want to be seen as going against the government. But Zakaria, he's very brave, and he said, "Put my name, I will appeal." And we appeal, and that part, a few years later, they strike down the reclamation project. But that is before that. Malaysia is going through a lot of. This is very political as well. When before that was a different government. Now the government has changed, and when government changed, project also changed. So they approved the project, but they didn't. Yeah, but they didn't. At first, it was to reclaim 3 islands. So Anwar Ibrahim said, "Okay, we only do 1 island. Okay, fair." Things like that. He negotiate with the fishermen, but the fishermen don't want any island at all. But he's not listening. So the project has just started 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that matter.
Yeah, it's counted as a win. Okay. Thank you for that explanation, and it's a very good share of the video, and it's we have a bit of note that it's not also that the video is very close to us, but also for us as academics, because as a human being that concern in the coastal environment and the social ties of the people, and what the dream that to be more sustainable living environment and a better life. That's why we joining this session and also this workshop, because we want to make a change for the people. And now I have to share to the audience to open a discussions, both online and also online. So we open for three numbers of audience for raising for the discussions. Please state your name and also who are you representing, and for your question to be short, please. Please. Okay, the gentleman in the front, please.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I think that was a very impressive movie. I'm aware of this.
Yeah.
I'm aware of this project because I'm in Singapore. Yeah. I read about it, I followed it, right? And in fact, I'm trying to reach out to somebody to talk to.
Oh,
I'm so fortunate that you're. By the way, I'm from the Society of Floating Solutions in Singapore. My name is Lim Soon Heng. This is a situation where two sectors of the economy are contesting for a space, right? While we are sympathetic to the fishermen and their livelihood, we should also remember that the other sector of the economy is providing employment for, I don't know, in this case, thousands of people working in the electronic industry, right? So the solution here is really to find a compromise. Not a perfect solution, but a compromise that will satisfy both sectors of the economy. And I would suggest that one way to compromise, to use that space south of Penang, is to go for floating solutions, all right? A floating island can be as big as you like. In fact, one is being tested out in Rotterdam, which is 3 million square meters, right? Huge. This kind of floating island need only a draft of maximum 2 meters, 2.5 meters, right? The sea, I would imagine, in that part of Tanah could be 10, 20 meters. So if you got a floating structure that is floating and requiring only 2 meters, you are leaving a lot of, water that is not reclaimed, is not occupied with sand or dirt or anything like that. And it has been tested out in Holland that seawater can still flow, fishes can still swim, weeds can grow. The biosphere below the floating structure is still workable. Fishes will still survive. So that is one solution that I've been trying to reach out to talk to someone in Penang. And perhaps it's something that we can consider.
Yeah, sure. We can talk after this. Please ask some question in the back there. Yeah.
Yes, the ladies in the back.
Hello, hi, I'm Filza. I'm representing Ungranian Partners Legal Lab. It's basically a law firm, but we do have the legal lab or research side of things. So I guess because my background is law, what I want to know is, because you mentioned that the project has been approved and it also has been started 2 weeks ago. So what I want to ask is there a plan to appeal the project again? And I understand that you made the movie. You said that it's for the strategic advocacy purposes to gather the attention of the masses and raise the awareness. And if so, how has your movie garnered the attention in Malaysia so far, at least? That's all.
Okay, the last one.
Yeah, my name is Lutfi. Now I'm currently enrolled as a master student in international relations at Universitas Indonesia in Depok, not in the School of Strategic and Global Studies. What I'm going to ask to Mr. Han is that thank you very much for the captivating and for the interesting movie. And now I'm currently working also as a copywriter. And the first thing that I would like to ask is, how is the creative process of you in making the film that is very, very influential? What we can say is that this film is very, very, can be useful for the vulnerable society, and in this term is the fisherman itself. And the second thing is that, do you think that the making of the film itself, the process of the making film itself, can be useful tool and useful approach to the people, to the NGO, to the to resonate our issues, our vulnerable issues in terms of fishermen itself actually, and we can do that, and we can make it as a part of our public policies, so that the implementation of the implementation of the making process of the film itself can be also included in the making in the process of public policy making. Thank you.
Okay, we have three questions, and the first is from Mr. Lim. He asking about the duality of sectors of economic that both are contesting for space and trying to compromise, as Mr. Han said, that they were planning to build some island and negotiating to just building one island. It's a negotiable outcomes. I don't know it's a good way or a bad way, but Mr. Han also suggesting a floating structure as a proposal, that it's maybe it's a alternative method to mediating this kind of problems. Can you share us your thoughts on that?
Okay, on the topic on contesting space, the coastal communities and developers has always been contesting for a very long time. The history in Penang has shown that reclamation project has been ongoing for a very long time, and the community has lost their space for from year after year, even with the building of factories and so on. So at this point, the coastal communities felt that they should defend their last spot in the cove area, and their arguments that if they want to develop, to have more jobs, there is a big piece of land in the mainland, which is still part of Penang. That is huge place which haven't been developed yet. We know why they want to develop in that area, because it's in the island, and the land prices, property is higher. So I think one of the presentation we talked the other day, at the end of the day, you need to know where the money goes. So is the money the reason why they want to build it there, even though there are active fishermen, is because the land value is higher. So that is quite obvious. So it's not that they don't have solution. The compromise is that yes, we should bring this development to a big piece of land in mainland too. That is one of the aspect of that. And in regards to solution on floating island, I mean, it needs to be discussed. It needs to be considered, all these things. If that is the best way to ensure that the fishery is not impacted, why not? We should consider all these things. What we know, reclamation has effect of permanent damage. It destroy. So if a floating solution is something to be considered, it's something at the authorities that need to think and talk about all these things. Yeah.
Yeah. During the appeal or during the research, there's been, yes, the floating structure has been raised by any parties or any chance. Do you know about that?
You mean by what?
By the academics or by the government has been raised. Any suggestion on the floating structure?
I mean, before I mean, yes, all these things has been raised to the by the academics, by the NGOs, even by the opposition party as well. And as you can see in the video, they even discuss in the parliament and so on. But uh, nothing actually move. So that is why one of the earliest decision was the fisherman to take it to the appeals board under there's a law, if you can answer the question, under the Akta Alam Sekitar, where allow people who are affected by the development to appeal the projects before it starts. But uh, but funny thing is that because the appeals takes a long time, takes a long time, the project can still move on. So that is the problem. So the second options which the lawyers has informed us to take it to the court of law to get an injunction and stop it. But the downside is that if you lose, you need to pay a lot of money for the if you stop the development, you had to pay by day. So if one day is cost about 500,000, you pay. The fishermen think about it, say, "Oh, I don't think so. We have that much money to fight legally, and it might bankrupt the whole Persatuan Nelayan." And so they decided not to. And right now, it's just to observe and make sure that is to memantau and to make sure that is no serious environmental damage. That is the way they're doing it things right now.
Okay, thank you very much. And for the second questions, Ms. Ans said that there's a possibility for the plan to be appealed again, especially since the way of the government is always changed by where they choosing the way to doing their policy from Najib Razak to Anwar Ibrahim. And you said that Anwar Ibrahim has said not to giving the go on the project, but it's possible to be appealed again. And so that's why this movie is, Miss Anne said that it's very important to have this documentary to make the people remember again, to raise the awareness, so not forget when this happen again. So, do you think that there is a possibility to be appealed again, and the next time they won?
Yeah. That definitely the coastal communities of fishermen can appeal, even though the project is already ongoing. But I guess right now is that like I said, the decision right now is to appeal through the Ministry of Environment so that they will stop the project. But that will have to wait until end of the year. Okay. Second is to bring it to the court of law. But then again, do the fishermen have enough money to take the risk? If they lose, they have to pay the loss of time to the developers who are doing the reclamation. So these are decisions which the NGOs and coastal fishermen are still discussing. But for now, right now, the fishermen will just be monitoring the project, and any issues that they face, safety, pollution, they hope to use that to stop the project for now.
Okay, thank you very much. And for the last question from Mr. Lutfi, he asked about how the creative process on the working on the movie, because this is, after all, it's a movie that you have to make it interesting, but also not hiding the facts and the key important things, issues, and everything. So he asked that, do you think the process of the video can be useful tools to learning the same issues for all around the project? Because you also mentioned that this is only the good story. There also the bad practice and where the fishermen lost. So, do you think that this movie can work as a study for that, for the future?
Oh yes, I do see potential of having a documentation of all these things to become a short film or even documentary to raise awareness and also to bring out more pressure to the project owner or even to the government to consider all these things. Second thing is also because this is also a great way to bring up the voice of the community, which is the fishermen. Not often they are able to say these things, but being able to capture what they say is very good. In terms of the creative process that he asked, I think one of the great way to make sure that your film is strong and able to go far is to identify the character, the protagonist. I'm lucky to be able to go to the community and identify a lot of Ajib character, but I felt that Tuan Haji is the most strong one, powerful. First is because he's knowledgeable and he can speak very well. Second thing, also his character of unique character of connecting religion and his livelihood as a fisherman is something very refreshing. And I felt that for the Malaysian audience, especially for the Malay fishermen, they are more sympathetic towards an older and religious person like him. So the support for his fight is easier that way. You know what I mean? So I was hoping to use his as a character, as a hero. And it's very effective because people see him as the leader, as a teacher, as a religious person. And you know why it's effective? Because you can see the opposition, the developer and also the government will try to demonize him, say, oh, he's a bad person, he's a devil, don't believe him, and things like that. So I say, I think we are doing the right thing because they don't like him now. So, but it's effective because it brings the movement got bigger. So there's the question: how does the film helps that? I think the numbers of followers on social media increase, and whenever we organize any protest or perhimpunan, seems to be a lot of people come in and help, whether coming in physically or even financially to support. I think that's good too for every movement to have that kind of support.
And thank you for the answer, and also for the Mr. Lin, Ms. Ann, and Mr. Lutfi. If you have any more following questions, we can just discuss after this. And we would like to open a chance for discussion from the online audience. Do you have any question from the online audience? It's okay if it's not. No? Okay, then we could open more question from the audience. Please, do you have any? The lady in the back. Please mention your name.
Yeah, my name is Lalita. Thank you so much for that film. I can just making, another medium is, I think, gives us so much very different from the text and the presentation. So the question I had was really a little bit to do with what you just responded in terms of how you chose the main protagonist of the film. And I'm curious also about the gendered angle here. The reason I'm asking is because some years ago we did something similar. The fishing community that I was working with, in fact, requested us to make a film to show and share their story. And they felt that film was the best medium, so they wanted us. And we struggled so hard to get women to talk, especially on camera. And there was all kinds of different barriers to that. And so in the end, one of the ways that we sort of circumvented this was to actually show women doing work, fishing related work. And so in that sense, through practice, we tried to sort of open that space up. But I'm not satisfied, let's say, with that mode. And so I was curious about you and in your film, did that emerge as an issue that you want to also show women doing this kind of activity, or how do you think of that gendered aspect? And even, let me just stop.
Yeah.
You would answer directly, Mr. Han.
Thank you for raising that up. Yes, that issue of gender has always been in my mind, and I always want to do that because my wife over here also like the gender topic to be brought in as well. In fact, as I was looking for characters, there is actually one fisherwoman, fisher folk, who is a woman who I thought it was a great character, and I thought, oh, this is great, going to put in here and so on. But after thinking so long, I felt that, oh, this is going to complicate my whole filmmaking process. As you know, in Malaysia, among the Malay fishermen community is so patriarchal. It's dominated by men. Even if you go for the meeting, the leaders, the ex, all men, and it's being the narrative is owned by men. And I can see her as a official woman finding so tough to be involved to because she's a woman, right? And and trust me, I felt that that is one documentary itself really. But for the case of its campaign, I have to make a strategic decision, maybe to raise the awareness, just focus on Tuan Haji for that. But for the official woman, could be some other time. And as I collect the stories, but it's opening up because people start to recognize her as a potential leader. She's smarter. She's able to speak better. Only thing is because she's a woman, people sometimes do not take her seriously or tend to fault her for many things which is beyond her control. And yeah, that is one of the aspects which I felt that will be much more appealing for an international audience as a character. But if I want to use that for our campaign in Malaysia, it will get a lot of criticism, especially for a very patriarchal fishing community. Yeah, so I made that decision. I'm aware of that, but keeping that at a side, hopefully continue to document, and hopefully one day when it's ready, then it can be shown.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. Do we have any more questions from the audience before we conclude this session?
Sorry. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. Okay, and that concludes our session for this afternoon. It's a very splendid discussions and suitable appreciation paid for the hard work for the documentary. And thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, and for everyone joining online, especially Mr. Han. It's a very, very insightful documentaries, and thank you for sharing your work with us. I wish all a very good rest of the day, and thank you. And let's have a very good applause for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the event. I want to thank you to Andrew Han for the very touching and beautiful film. And thank you for Dr. Adipati Rahmat Gumelar, SPI MSE, for moderating this session. We would like to present appreciation applause to Andrew Han as filmmaker of Fisherman's Prayer and to Dr. Adipati Rahmat Gumelar, SPI MSE, as moderator. We welcome you, Tri Astuti Handayani, MSE, to the stage. Let's have a short photo session with Dr. Johannes Herbeck and Rapti Siriwadane with Andrew Han and Dr. Adipati. Please welcome to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you to all the participants who joined this conference. And to remind you, tomorrow's conference will be start at 9 a.m. And for the participants who want to go back to the hotel, the bus is already down here. So thank you, see you, and have a great rest.